Well, good morning from the St. Paul's Recreation Ground once more. Nice, bright Friday morning. Play is about to start, but let's have a listen to the toss first.
Back here at St. Paul's Sporting Complex, witnessing another cricket West Indies
keep forgetting to take out
on the
the
19 men's Rising Stars. Today we're having Barbados versus the Windward Islands, and we're now about to have the toss. Umpire Pussad and match referee Wallins. Heads is the call. Heads it is. Barbados won the toss and they're going to bat. Why you chose to bat?
I think it's a good pitch. It's later doing the tournament. Pitch is more dry. I think it'll be better for us off, so we get the better half of the wicket.
Any changes?
Yeah, Roach out, Branch out, and Newton out. Biggins comes in, and Griffith comes back in.
Best wishes, sir. Windward Islands, if you had won the toss, what would you have done?
We'll have a ball first. I think the pitch, as we saw in our last game here, it has a lot of moisture early up. So we were looking to exploit that just like the last time. Some balls were holding up in the surface, and you would see guys getting caught at mid-off and those kind of things. And then in the back end, like later in the afternoon, it gets really good for batting. So I feel even if we won the toss, we would have bowled first.
You retired hurt the last match. How were you feeling today?
I'm feeling good. It was just some cramps in both of my legs that it kind of restricted me in terms of even my stance, getting into my stance properly. So I just decided to go off.
A very important match. You're undefeated. You won 3 matches, 1 rained out, and now you're playing Barbados. They've lost just the 1 match. Does that put any pressure on you?
Well, I don't want to think so. If we win this game, we're more than likely going straight into the finals. So this is an important game for us. We want to win this game to really solidify our spot in that finals. And I think the guys are in a good headspace. They aren't really thinking about that too much. They're studying the process of getting there. They're studying what we have to do right now.
Congratulations. Good luck.
Thank you.
And there you had it, ladies and gentlemen. Right here from St. Paul's Sporting Complex, number 2, Windward Islands, playing the number 3, Barbados.
So they had it. The toss won by Barbados. They opted to bat in a very important match for both sides. And Troy, you would have spoken to the captains, and you would have had some insight into the thinking of the teams. They would have uttered their thinking. And say good morning to you. And very critical match, very crucial match for both teams, Troy.
Good morning, Smitten. Good morning to viewers, listeners. Most correct. A critical match for both teams. More so Barbados. The Windward Islands, they've won 4. They had 1 rained out. Barbados, they've won 4 and they've lost 1. So were they to lose today, it means then with 1 round of matches left in the round robin, Windward Islands would go through to the finals.
Yes, and of course, you can't forget that the USA one is out front. They have been winning everything. But here is Murray. And Troy, I was happy to learn this morning that the assistant coach for the Windward Islands team is Junior Murray, former wicketkeeper for the West Indies. And the Murray twins are his cousins.
Okay.
So some pedigree there. This one outside off, through to the keeper. And then young Fontaine for the Windward Islands, Urshin Fontaine. He would have scored 100 in this tournament so far. His sister played for the Windward Islands female. In fact, she would have played right on this ground early this year, but she would have retired. She would have played the last match here at the St. Paul's cricket ground. So Urshin Fontaine is her brother.
So again,
target pushed into the offside.
So pedigree in the family as well.
Yes, and Fontaine, the female cricketer, good all-round cricketer, medium pacer for the Windward Islands for years, and very capable with the bat down in the lower order. Batter who goes over the top and picks up quick runs. But she would have retired. In fact, she would have been the oldest player in the tournament last year. Good delivery. A slight movement into the left-handed Greenwich. He defends well. So, like I said, very crucial match. And we have Barbados making a number of changes based on what I'm seeing here. Troy, they seem to have made 3 changes from the last game.
They did lose horrifically in their last match, batting, chasing, and no doubt trying to rectify that, but also give some other players a chance.
Oh, takes him on the pad, but that seemed to have been going down on. And appeal there from the bowler, more half-hearted appeal. Yes, you're correct. They would have won batting first. So, and in fact, the match they played here against Jamaica, they would have won that match. But I think they batted second.
And they struggled.
And they struggled to get those runs.
Really struggled.
Outside the off stump, that's a good one. Passing close to the off stump. Just 1 run on the board so far. And 1 run, an extra.
And they do better. Looks like they prefer batting first. They've scored 2 big hundreds. Batting first. So no doubt. And both teams getting what they wanted with respect to the toss. Had the Windwards won the toss, they would have bowled first.
Murray, that's Kirsten Murray. Gets one outside the off stump. Weather is good. Bright, sunny, good breeze around. And of course, the Windwards from their last match, they're playing an unchanged team. Wicketkeeper Jonathan Daniel. In this match, they would have started with Charles in the last match, and then Daniel would have taken over towards the end. Outside off, through to the keeper. First over comes to an end. A good start there for the Windwards. And it's 1 for no loss.
Very good start indeed, just the 1 wide. And the Windward Islands full of confidence for various reasons, including the fact that they are undefeated, one of 2 teams.
And one of the things that would have impressed me about the Windward Islands is the discipline within the team. And speaking to the coaches, they would have confirmed that they would have stressed discipline inside the team. And one of the things we would have spoken about it in the last match, Troy, they appeal for something which they think is close, they do not get it. And they carry on with the game right away. There's no slouching around or no hung shoulder or anything like that.
No extended appeal.
Exactly. They just move right on with the game, which is very good.
They seem to have tremendous respect for themselves, for their teammates, for the opponents. Well, tremendous respect all around, period.
Of course, this is what we want to see at any level of cricket, but very good in particular at this level. Let's trade though. Over pitches, and it's not put away by Carter. So we are expecting this match to go right down to the wire today, Troy.
Definitely, it's one of the key matches. Well, I should say it's the match with the most hanging in it, because it will determine if either of these teams will have a chance to go through to the final.
Yes, and if the USA continue, the one that is side and signal wide also. So the USA, they just have to win today, and they are through. In fact, they're in a very good position at the moment, because I think even if they lose today, they could still find themselves going into the final. So very critical match being played here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground, and I'm sure all eyes and ears would be on the outcome of this match.
Indeed, Smitten. I think eyes will be on the Nevis match as well, with the USA 1.
And they're playing against the Leewards there, I think. So you would think the USA 1 is virtually on its way through to the final. Not that the Leewards cannot surprise them, but based on how the Leewards has been playing so far, and the way that the USA has been batting, it's very difficult for me to see the Leewards getting past the USA. And even if that match is rained out, the USA would get some points from that match.
Yes, the pundits will agree with you, Smitten.
Outside the leg stump. And don't forget, there's a small thing of bonus points also. So that too is critical. And that could propel one team ahead of the other.
And indeed, the 13th player, Rain,
Yes, certainly.
last match was affected. The team won by Duckworth Lewis.
And you know, it is strange that, well, we are getting rain in St. Kitts, but Nevis seems to be getting much more rain than us at this time of the year. Normally, we do have more rain in St. Kitts.
The Almighty is blessing you.
So on his full pitch delivery, turned up to square leg for a single by Carter. He gets his first run. No run yet to, well, in fact, the first run off the bat, I should say. You know, on Tuesday afternoon, as I stood outside Troy having a chat, a lady pulled up in a vehicle. And this is quite a few minutes, about 10-15 minutes after the match was completed, and we know the match had gone right down.
Yeah.
And she pulled up in a vehicle and she called out to me and she said she came to look at the game. Play straight on his way. Oh, this one is a better delivery on target, but a single taken there by Gwynedd. She gets his first one. In fact, he's getting a second one as there's some overthrows. And he picks up two. So I told him, well, you're very early for the next match on Friday. So it's important that people know the start time of matches, you know. I think she was with her granddaughter, and she brought her granddaughter along to look at the game. So I told her if she was coming, ensure that she gets in early outside the off stump. It doesn't have to be at 10 o'clock.
Of course, that
could be after lunch.
some people might prefer to have the best of both worlds, the latter end of the first innings and the start of the second innings. They may not be able to spend quite a long time.
Yes, certainly. So those who are listening to us around the area, the match starts at 10. And if you come at 5:30, by that time it's very likely that the match will be over or very close to being over. Defended there by Greenwich. And you know, Troy, if that match had continued in the same way as it started, it would have been long over by 3 o'clock.
Exactly.
So she would have been hours late coming into the ground. But he is hoping that those who are listening, that they will come on and support the youngsters. A very critical match indeed. 2 overs gone, 6 runs on the board. 2 to Greenwich, 1 to Zachary Carter.
And the Cricket West Indies, they must be commended for this tournament over the years. 93 was the first time it was played here in St. Kitts and Nevis. It was known as the Northern Telecoms then.
Steered down towards the backward. Oh, bad miss there by Lestrade on the boundary. The ball going through him and going across the boundary line for 4. Bad miss.
You could ill afford to giveaway runs, period, especially to a team like Barbados. When batting first, they've been scoring heavily. And you don't want to help them with that. So they have to tighten up. For this tournament, when we've seen about 400s so far, quite a few 50s, about 4 or 5 bowlers have taken 5 wicket hauls.
Oh, yes. Thing though, which is a bit concerning, is that 2 of those 400s scored by USA batters. And let's see what's going on here. The umpires meeting umpire Donald Shekels out of Antigua.
Had a very brief discussion. And we've seen 300 scored twice, again by the USA team.
Slapped into the offside. Misunderstanding there. Run looked to be on, but Windies was not interested. He had to move a bit to his left to retrieve the ball. He got a good bounce, yes, but the one seemed to have been on.
The one should have been on because Carter, he called it early. From the time he played the shot, he called it his side going to the left of the field and a good distance. But Greenwich was really unresponsive. The fact that for the USA, again, we've had 2 100-stand partnership or more. And that was by the USA, 1 for the first wicket and for the second wicket.
Nice drive up to Whitish me off, but no run. So it seemed as though all matches have well and truly started. And Leewards, they're batting over there in Nevis against the USA. They're 9 for no loss, 2.3 overs. Trinidad and Tobago is batting against Jamaica. They're 9 for 1 from 2 overs. Fended up to mid-on by Zachary Carter, no run. And then we have the Guyana team coming up against the USA 2. The USA 2 batting, they're 6 for no loss in 2 overs. So this leg of the tournament, round 6, well and truly on.
With this most critical match for between number 2, Windward Islands, and number 3, Barbados.
Murray. Short and pulled away, out towards square leg. And the ball really lumbering its way towards the boundary. Not well timed, not timed as well as he would have liked, but in the end he picked up 2 runs.
Barbados, a very confident team. They're looking good. Greenwich, he came good here with an 85 in the 3rd match, after scoring at 20 and 20, 18 and 22. I remember when we were speaking about it, he was on 20, which was midway between an average between both the 3 scores.
Oh yes, and Carter, of course, he would have scored 2 half-centuries in this year's tournament so far. So he has been productive for Barbados in the tournament so far, and 2 players who flashed into the offside. That side of the outfield is a bit on the sluggish side, and back for the second run. Don't think he would have timed it as he would have liked. But Lestrade seems to be having some problems finding his line and length. I've seen him giving away a couple of wides so far. He has two slips in place. There's a man more or less in the backward point position. There's a cover, wideish mid-off, and there's also a third man back on the boundary. Fended by Carter. In fact, Greenwich, the left-handed Greenwich, goes into the offside. On the onside now, the Windwards have a short fine leg. There's a square leg back on the boundary, just backward, slightly backward. And there's a mid-on, wideish. McDowell, one of the fast bowlers, left arm, he's at wideish mid-on. Charles is at mid-off. Oh, he plays that, misses. And loses the edge and goes through to the keeper.
Very good ball indeed by Lestrade. He has been having some challenges, but he has gotten his last two balls, very good balls. That could have easily taken the edge, but Greenwich lives to fight another day.
So, you can hear the Windward Islands players out there very vocal. And this one is a poor delivery, wide of the off stump. Umpire Shekels does not signal wide.
The Leeward Islands women down in Trinidad and Tobago not doing that well.
Well, let's hope that they'll finish the tournament on a high. So not a bad delivery and defended by the batsman. The umpires in this match, our good friend Wayne Banks and Donald Sheckle out of Antigua.
Lovely blue skies today, Smitten. Some fluffy clouds around, but the sky is standing majestically blue above us.
And hopefully the weather should stay. Oh, this could be a no ball. Let's wait and see. In fact, umpire Sheckle is calling, but that certainly seemed to be a no ball to me.
Yes, it did.
Way outside the cut strip.
It pitched just before the slips. He's now getting back into position.
Yeah. Yes, he does signal no ball. Don't think that needed in consultation. That was very wide of the cut strip. So a free hit signaled and an opportunity for Micah Greenwich.
First the ball for the day.
Swings it down to long on and gets 4. That's a good shot.
Very good shot indeed.
It was pitched up, yes. And, you know, Lestrade certainly has played it all around the place so far this morning. And it was not surprising that he bowled that ball wide of the off stump and wide of the cut strip. And he was punished for that error.
A little better timing, and it might have been 6. But nonetheless, getting the next best score, a boundary. Deliberately going overhead was Greenwich.
Don't think he would complain either. You know, for 4, of course, better than 1 or 2. But and really give him a gift that time.
Barbados going along steadily.
Flashes at one outside the off stump. Bit more defensive for the Windwards. Just one slip in place now. That's the captain Pascal. Third man and fine leg back on the boundary. Those are the two fielders outside the circle. Two allowed within the first power play. It's a good delivery, which is defended into the offside. There's just three fielders on the under. A mid-wicket and a mid-on. And of course the Charles, who's on the fine leg boundary. Then we have a packed offside field, just a slip. Point, slightly backward cover, extra cover mid-off. And of course there's the third man on the boundary. Carter is defending once more. He's on 7 from 12. 19 for no loss. Going at 4.22 over at this stage. So far on the run from this over from Costin Murray. Kurt Sen Murray, cousins of Junior Murray, who is the assistant coach of this, the Windward Islands team, of course.
The next step above for these players would be the senior teams, the West Indies senior teams above this level.
Well, not quite. They first would have to get into the Windward Islands regional team. And the Windward Islands team sporting a bunch of youngsters. We know Pascal is already into that team, but sporting a number of youngsters. They would have to continue working on their games. So he stayed down to backward point in the run. And there's Kurt Murray doing the fielding. His brother operating from the far end. Nice push up to cover by Carter, but he cannot beat the field. The over comes to an end. It's a maiden over. Bowled there by young Murray, Cutsen Murray. He has completed 3 overs. He has conceded 7 runs. McDowell will pick up the attack from the pavilion end. He replaces Lestrade, who was having a torrid time. He was all over the place. He's played it all over the place. So McDowell has replaced him, the left arm McDowell. And he, of course, will be going over the wicket. He's the left-hander, of course, and he's bowling to the left-handed Michael Greenwich, who's on 8.
The projected score sprint has dropped a bit from 235 to 190. And we, of course, know when it comes to these projections, how they work out.
Yes, I certainly at this stage of the game, I pay very little attention to projected score. This one is a lifting delivery, which is played down into the gully region. No run. And at this stage, it's basically the team is a good start, a good foundation on which they could continue to build and get to a good total. But what I've noticed though, Zachary Carter, for example, who is normally aggressive by nature, he seemed to have tempered his approach today. And perhaps the seriousness of the situation for Barbados to realize that they need to get a good score on the board. Windward Islands, they have been batting well also. short. He's flirting with one, in fact, a white signal by umpire Sheckle. And it's taken by Daniel. So you could sense that there's a measured approach by these Barbadian batsmen, realizing that it's a very important match for both teams. Outside the off stump, pretty close to that tram line again. This time no white signal.
And the coaches, no doubt, instilling in them the importance of this match and perhaps challenging them to get beyond 300. They've gotten close twice, 295 I think it is the closest. With the way the Windwards are batting, he said, well, we'll need to get above 300.
Outside the off stump once more.
And they seem to have been, they are applying themselves. And no doubt one of the early objectives is to come out of the power play, perhaps not losing a wicket. They're not really taking any chances. There was the miscommunication with a single early on, but they've gotten above that.
So McDowell, first bowling change for the Windwards. Shortish and stayed down to backward point, no run. So the Windwards, they've kept things relatively quiet. And we're in over number 6 and just some 20 runs on the board. We saw the previous over being a maiden bowled by Cuts and Murray from the far end.
And from our games here, Smitten, this is one of the first games we've seen a change so early. We've basically been seeing the opening bowlers giving you 5-6 overs.
Not surprising though. We had Lestrade, he was playing it all over the place. In fact, he bowled one way outside the cut strip, which was signal a no ball, and a free hit given, which was capitalized on by Barbados. It was struck over mid-on for a boundary.
The Windward Islands winning the power play up to this stage. Yes, they haven't taken a wicket, but limiting Barbados to just 20 runs in 6 overs, I don't think you could ask for much better than that, apart from training a wicket or two.
Well, yes, they have kept things under control. Whether or not you could go as far as to say they've won the power play.
Up to this point.
Left to be seen. He was one over the top, going for 4. I think you might have spoken too quickly, Troy. Zachary Carter. Good shot, over extra cover for 4.
Indeed, lovely shot.
I would say it's even Steven because it's early days yet. And Barbados has not lost a wicket. So I would not go as far as to say that the Windwards have won the power play. It's even Steven. It's early. It's a 50-over match. And we have to take that into consideration. But a good shot nevertheless for 4.
Keywords up to this point.
Well, up to this point, it's still keywords, but I'll say even Steven. And that's just my opinion. I'll say
nothing is wrong with that.
And my thing is, the Windwards would have been hoping. In fact, the Windwards, they were forced to make an early bowling change. And I don't think that was due to pressure from Barbados, though. That was due to the fact that Lestrade was not finding his radar. He was playing it all over the place. He was outside leg wide of off, outside the cut strip, giving away no ball, giving away a free hit. This one is driven, but it goes up to mid-on. Seems as though Zachary Carter is looking to be a bit more aggressive at this stage.
Indeed.
Might have judged the pace of the pitch well at the moment. But the win was wanted though. I think they want a wicket or 2. which has been denied by Barbados outside the half stump. And what is happening here, Troy? I mean, you know, the batsmen, they are grinding the opening bowlers into the ground. They have not given them a sniff. We have not seen anything going down, any chance. Mine, of course, the bowlers there, apart from Lestrade, Murray has bowled well. But I think the Windward's wicket up to this point is a bit of a victory for the Barbados team. This one, he goes over the top, it's in the air, McDowell is running back, and he goes only 2-3 from the boundary.
A lovely hit by Carter.
6, in fact.
Up in the tempo somewhat. Perhaps realize that they haven't been scoring that many runs so far.
Carter, though, is a boundary hitter. And what we have seen from him so far. And what I think he was doing well is to try and judge the pace of the track. He seemed to have it covered now. So playing a few more shots, we have seen him go over the top a couple of times. 1 for 4 and 1 for 6 of Murray. So the previous over for Murray was a maiden over. 10 runs coming in this last over.
Barbados now rushing on to 30 from 7 overs.
And they've done well. They've done well. You know, it's good, sensible batting by the youngsters. Turned into the onside for single. And Lestrade is the man at short, fine leg. He's diving away and fielding well. Now we see changes being made. The captain, in fact, first slip being taken out, being placed into a short mid-wicket, so the onside field being strengthened. He's driving at missing at one outside the off stump.
We've seen Carter driving at a few and missing, going through to the keeper. Nothing coming close to the edge so far. But the Windward Islands, they'll be encouraged by that.
So one brushes the pads, perhaps it's going down to fine leg 4 runs. So runs beginning to flow now.
Definitely up in the tempo as we get closer to the end of the first power play. In no time, they've gone from 20 to 35.
4 leg buys, of course. This one is wide up the off stump once more, and Carter initially looking as if he was going after it and then decided against it.
Good decision indeed. Was just so close to being a wide. And too many times we have seen batsmen chasing wides and getting out caught.
Guyana, of course, coming up against the United States too. The United States to bat in 29 for no loss. Trinidad and Tobago against Jamaica, 16 for 2. 16 for 2. Trinidad and Tobago, the opinion of some, they're one of the weaker batting teams in the CS tournament. This one is played into the offside. Easy single. Of course, we are coming towards the end of this tournament, Troy.
Definitely.
A long tournament, you play one day and the rest 2 days, which has really drawn out the tournament. And then, of course, we have one final round of matches on Monday. Preliminary round, that is, in the preliminary round, and then we have those on Monday, and then on Thursday of next week, it's finals day. First place playoff, third place playoff, etc., etc. This one is attempted to swing the ball because he is from the body and drops just in front of the stumps, and they keeps it out. So the way things are looking, Troy, what do we anticipate you will be seeing here next week?
Well,
next week, Thursday, that is.
That's a good question. What is certain, that the top 2 spots, with everything else remaining equal, will be between the USA 1, the Windward Islands, and Barbados.
Swung and swung well, and it goes all the way for 6. That's a good shot. So it's 36, so in fact 42 for no loss.
Very good shot indeed. Very good shot indeed by Carter. Heavily built man, and he's not afraid to go aerially. Picking up his second 6 for the day. And the score rushing on to 42 without loss after 8.2 overs. They were operating a bit sedately, the opening pair for the first few overs, but they now seem to be getting a little more explosive. Carter 24 from 28 balls, Greenwich 8 from 23. And here's going aerially. Is he going to be out caught by the man on getting on it from mid-on? Yes, he is. That one perhaps catching him a little higher than he anticipated after hitting a beautiful 6, giving away his wicket perhaps Elsie Smitten.
Oh yes, it was a good delivery, good response there from the bowler Murray. It was a little closer to the batsman. Not, he adjusted his length. It was not as short as the previous delivery, and it was bowled with a bit more pace. And it seemed to have gotten big on Carter, who was trying to get into position to play the pull shot. And in the end, he played one pull shot too many, and suffered the consequences, being caught, giving an easy catch to mid-on. But good bowling there by young Curtson Murray, who has been one of the leading wicket takers in this year's tournament.
24 from 28 balls, Carter. After just beginning to open up, and much to the delight of the Windward Islands team picking up their first wicket.
He was never in a position for that shot. The ball was not short enough. It was quicker. It was an effort delivery. And he found that the ball actually got big on him and cramped him for room, looking to pull it through the onside once more. And the fact that he got it just as far as mid-on and in the air. In fact, he got it basically from the shoulder of the bat. And it went down to mid-on for an easy catch. So, is this a Jamaica we are seeing here? Another left-hander?
No, he has been brought in.
been brought in today. He's a lefty.
A little short, a little on the heavy set side, allowing that one to go through.
So I said a little.
And when it was,
You're a generous fellow, though.
definitely, when it appeared as if Barbados, they were going through to the power play, perhaps getting into 60s, perhaps not losing a wicket, Carter decided otherwise.
Now you can say that the Windwards, they're now edging out Barbados by picking up that wicket, and another wicket before the end of the power play would even put them further in ascendancy.
Indeed. And what rushes to mind, Smitten, is the ability of Carter to adjust the shot. Turning that one off the hips is Wiggins, looking for a single. Perhaps teasing the batsmen more than looking for teasing the fielders more than looking for a single.
Well, he's yet to get a run, and you know, every batsman would like to get off the mark as quickly as possible.
Carter was into the shot, and like you correctly said, a ball a little fuller, a little faster, and just having the confidence of striking the one before for 6. Into the shot, realizing that he was rushing on him. Perhaps he should have pulled away or played it just in front of him.
I think he was caught. Would have been very difficult for him to pull out of that shot once he had started. Ball certainly got big on him.
Very good wicket for the Windward Islands. And here's Greenwich. Oh my. That's a drop catch straight down the throat there, Smitten.
Oh yes. Seemed to have put down one down there.
Got his foot all tangled up. Perhaps not expecting that ball to come to him. That could have easily been 42 for 2.
Was struck well by Greenwich.
Straight to the man. He didn't have to move much.
And he's right on the boundary, back was clear, right back. So that really rushed down there to him. It was well timed.
Wiggins is now facing his first ball from this end. And he is hustling through for a single. He gets it too. Not timing that one well. Picking up a single nonetheless. We're into the final over of the power play. At this stage, 44 for 1, the Windwards would perhaps be happy, but they'll be much happier picking up another wicket. Lovely drive by Greenwich. Picking up 4 runs through the extra cover region. Well timed, easy, just leaning forward into the shot.
Interestingly, the keeper Daniel, after the shot, he beckoned towards his teammates in the pavilion, suggesting that they should bring out the helmet. I don't know if we could anticipate a bowling change, a spinner coming on.
Lovely drive again, this time through the covers. It's going to the sluggish part of the field. Does it have enough feet to get over the boundary? Yes, it does. Elegant shot by Greenwich.
That's a sweet shot, Troy. Well timed, well placed, and as you said, going to the slowest part of the field, but it was so well timed that it raced away and it went all the way. Nice shot indeed by the young man, and so far so good. In this over, he has played 2 wonderful shots. One good commentator would say 2 delicious shots.
How does McDowell respond? 2 balls left in the power play. defensive. Down into the gully region, looking for a single which wasn't there. Very good comeback by my McDowell after having his 2 previous balls struck for 4. Beautifully struck for 4, I should add. Gentle breeze here at St. Paul's, lovely sunshine, blue skies. Rushing on to Greenwich, he gets up, plays it, not quite in control, but no harm done. It's the end of the over, the end of the first power play. Barbados, after winning the toss, and they're deciding to bat 52 for 1.
Yes, and like I said, the helmet was called for. It has been brought out, but it's been placed behind the keeper. He's not going to done it immediately.
And we are yet to see Smitten, any spinners really being used in the power play. That has become a key thing in senior cricket or franchise cricket, CPL.
Of course, there's a move and allowance made for the 50-over game. Thing is, in the 50-over game, Troy, with two new balls in action until the 35th over or thereabout, the ball would remain new for quite some time. So, with more time in the game, captains, of course, would have to, give their fast bowlers extended spells or persist with fast bowlers.
Damming that one down to third man is Wiggins for his second run.
The leading wicket taker for the Windward Islands, he's a fast bowler. So, of course, the captain would like to persist with him. He, in fact, just the previous over would have picked up a wicket.
Micah McKenzie, who picked up the most wickets in the inaugural Breakout League, playing for the Leeward Islands. He has had a 5-wicket haul, but perhaps not doing as well as other persons may have expected. And here is Greenwich giving away his wicket, just coming forward and tapping it to the man at mid-wicket, Smitten. A no-nonsense shot, if you ask me.
Yes, not a very good shot indeed, just pushing it. Really a giveaway by the Barbados batsman, Micah Greenwich. And now you can say that the Windward Islands on top, because just like that, picked up one inside the power play, and right after the power play, they have picked up a second. Captain for Barbados goes out now to try and arrest the situation.
Pardon me, Smith, I just said a no-nonsense shot, but it actually was meant to be a nothing shot.
Well, I heard you.
Slip of the tongue, no fault of the mind.
I heard that slip.
But push back on the back foot now, Barbados. They've enjoyed batting first. Two previous occasions. Another 2. They've chased. They are now batting first here, finding themselves 53 for 2 after 10.3 overs.
Well, quite interestingly, apart from the match Guyana against the United States too, all the other teams have lost 2 wickets. Trinidad and Tobago batting 28 for 2, Leeward's 31 for 2. We have Barbados 53 for 2. USA 2 against Guyana, they are 50 for no loss.
Wow. That should be a good match, Smitten.
It should be, but some people have the Ghana team as one of the weaker teams in this year's tournament. particularly batting.
They have lost all matches so far. The USA 2, we saw them here. They grabbed, in my view, grabbed defeat from the jaws of victory against Trinidad, who played well. And here is Don trying to get a single, being sent back initially, and then the throw came in and eventually getting an overthrow.
Yes, bit of over exuberance there from the Windward Island players. Sent a bad return. The single was not on. And in the end, they gave away a run. But we have seen this happen. This is one of the indisciplines of the Windward Islands team. In the last couple of matches, we have seen them giving away runs by overthrows. And it would have happened earlier today. And it has happened again. And in a crucial match, you won't want to be giving away runs.
Definitely won't want to. That's full toss. Perhaps catching Wiggins a little surprisingly. Just getting it down to third man, getting a single.
Yes, and Lestrade a little sluggish down there, and you could hear the players shouting at him to try and get it in as quickly as possible. Because batsmen were, thinking in terms of a second run, but he had to quickly get it back in.
Very early days yet. The run rate has risen to 5.08 per over. Maker's name was Don coming forward. Begin up the end of the over, 55 for 2. After 11 overs, Barbados winning the toss and batting.
So Windward striking back well. They have managed to keep things well under control. We are going to see spin for the first time today. It's going to be, I think that's young Jones. Isaiah. No, that's not.
Dust. Is it
That's
Dust?
That's not Jones. I'll get
Number 29?
29, that's Duran, Joel Duran.
Duran, not Dustin, Duran.
Duran, the off spinner. So he comes into the attack from the pavilion end.
Barbados going along good, very slow in the first few overs of the power play, and then becoming a little more explosive, losing a wicket. Just at the end of the power play, losing another one immediately after.
See the Adam Murray warming up at short mid-wicket, the left-arm leg spinner. That's Kurt. You can see the arms there windmill like at short mid-wicket, Troy.
Mm-hmm.
So perhaps he might be coming on to relieve his brother. That could be interesting.
That one going through Wiggins, the oohs and the ahs coming. Another 2 quick wickets here for the Windwards, and the Cats could be amongst the Pigeons.
Obviously, you could sense that their pressure on those two batsmen. Wiggins is looking to survive at the moment.
Just outside the off stump, pulling him forward, beating him, leaving alone. Goes through to the keeper. Not really looking so comfortable against the spinners yet. It's early days yet, though it's just 4 balls. But he seems in a shell as Wiggins. Forward defensive on that occasion. Looking more confident, more in control. Getting defensive again, standing upright. It's the end of the over, a maiden over.
Yes, a pretty good over there by Duran, his first. And what he was doing is varying his line and length. We saw him ending the over with a quicker delivery, which was defended by Wiggins. But certainly the Windward Islands bowlers, they're very much on top at the moment. And the anticipated change from the far end, it's Kurt who Morio comes into the attack.
Applying the pressure, the Windward Islands indicated had they won the toss, they would have told Barbados to bat anyway. So both teams getting what they wanted. First ball is done. Pulled forward. Projected score of 226, which of course is very early days yet. Again, pulling down forward, playing it back down to backward point, no harm done. Playing it through the offside, through the covers, it races away to the boundary. Not enough on it to get there. They, however, run to. A nice looking shot indeed by the skipper Don. The western side of the track. The western side of the field, pardon me. Not as quick as the eastern side. Tossing that one up. Pulling down forward. He plays it down to a short third man. They'll pick up 2. One slip, a backward point. Cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. A man on the forward square, boundary. There's a fine leg. Standing up tall is Don, playing it into the covers. We're into the second power play. You're allowed to have a maximum of 4 fielders outside. Going through to the keeper is that one. And over yielding just 4 runs from Kurt Murray's first over. And the Windward Islands, they are very good at keeping the pressure on Smitten. You're allowed 4 outside and they haven't automatically spread the field, as I've seen teams do too often.
Well, they have been bowling tightly. The bowlers, apart from Lestrade, they have been supporting their captain. And the fact is they've picked up a couple of wickets and they're failing your batsmen at the crease at the moment. Wiggins on 3. And Don, the captain, is on 5. So, you know, they're not going to give away easy runs at this point.
Sweeping his Wiggins, goes backward and into the boundary. Lovely looking shot. Lost his balance there. But well played in the end, getting it into the backward square for a boundary for him.
Doing a bit of a Richard Pant there. Sweeping and falling down. You know, Richard Pant, when he laps it or sweeps it, he's down.
Forward defensive, nice comeback by Johan.
I think that shot would have given him some confidence, though. You know, he played that defensive shot with much more assurance just now.
I was thinking the same thing to Smitten. Getting back, flicking that one off of the hips through the mid-wicket. Gets a single, that's all he'll have. 8 from 17 is Wiggins. The shorter of the 2. brings his captain down into strike, 5 from 8. Building again the Barbados team. Pascal doing some adjustments. Pascal, he has been managing his forces well, Smitten.
Yes, he has the experience, of course. Would have played 7 first-class matches, played with the West Indies under 19. So he's a well-seasoned campaigner in terms of under 19 cricket, and in relation to under 19 cricket, I would say.
Here's the captain going aerially, but straight overhead. He won't get to the boundary. The fielder running around from a long off position, restricts the batters to just the single. 65 for 2 after 14 overs.
Yes, Barbados looking to rebuild at this point. And the captain is out in the middle, and he knows how critical it is to get a good partnership going here and establish a ascendancy over the Windward Islands. And we can't just help repeating how important this, what do you call it, a short third man in Charles.
Yes, perhaps. And the Pascal perhaps encouraged by the bit of bounce the ball before.
Yeah. And of course there's also the slip in place, the captain himself, Pascal. So there's just 3 fielders on the onside, a short mid wicket, a mid and wide, and a square leg.
Getting back, punching that one to the covers was done. 2 fielders converging on it. So there was a song by a Calypsonian, the late general, miss one, catch the other. Had it beaten the first, it would have been picked up by the second fielder. Being pulled forward again, Smitten.
I think this is one way of applying pressure to the batsman, make it very difficult for him to get a run. And there's the slip in place, of course, for the edge.
The Windwards, they've been doing a good job, and there's going into the wicket trying to sweep backward. It, however, comes on the offside. A third man, Pascal, running away from first slip, fielding.
This is good cricket by the Windwards, though. I think that shot played there by the captain, Don, was born out of pressure with the packed offside field. He thought, well, we just 3 men on the hand. He would go across and try to lap it into the onside. Shot, I would say, fought with a bit of danger at this point.
Playing that one off the legs, down to fine leg is Wiggins. And the Windward Islands, from what we've seen of them in the last match and this Smitten, they seem to have a tight, close-knit inner circle. The way they've spread it, you wonder where you're going to find space.
Yes, and, that's the name of the game. I hate to see captains giving away easy runs, but that's what this Windward Islands team, they're going to make you fight for your runs. And they have been playing good cricket. They have been winning. And, of course, it also creates a good atmosphere in the team, make the players confident. Once you're winning, makes a difference.
Pascal using that experience from the Windward Islands senior team. Also the West Indies under 19. He's really in tune with the game, making necessary adjustments in a timely manner. He seems a very attacking captain. Johan bringing skipper down forward, plays out to the cover. And once you keep these tight bowling, delivery dot balls, frustration will set in eventually. getting back one, beating the coverage, races away to the boundary. It will get there. When it left the bat, it didn't quite look like it had the legs, but it had the timing in it, Smitten.
Yes, timing and placement. It's a hard offside field to pace, but he was onto the back foot and picked the gap nicely. And they played it away down to the extra cover boundary for a welcome boundary.
Basically the same ball, a little closer, same shot, but straight to the fielder at the extra cover position. I expect a very good match this match. Airing that one a little more was Durant. Forward defensive, the captain.
Well, so far so good, and you can see the intensity, or you could sense the intensity out there in the middle.
Side was Durant. And here is he repeating the shot earlier that we saw Smitten, getting back, punching through the covers, getting the boundary.
This time a bit squarer of the wicket, and but with the same desired result, in picking up 4. Nice batting there by the captain, Dawn. He has gone on to 15.
It loose over by Durand to boundaries and the wide. Well bowled is the call from the skipper at 4 slip. It's the end of the over, 75 for 2. After 16 overs, Barbados winning the toss and batting first.
Yes, 75 for 2, Barbados fighting back. The captain playing a gem of a knock so far. We have seen some delightful shots to the offside, off the back foot, and picking up boundaries. So he's settling in nicely. Joshua Don, the captain of the Barbados team, and Marco Wiggins, he's also lending support. But left-hand, right-hand combination. This one is turned into the onside. And now we see a packed onside field for Wiggins. There's a short square. Long on being set back on the boundary, and on the offside there are just 4 fielders. This one played out to mid-wicket, just a single. So we are seeing some good cricket here so far. 2 of the top teams in this year's tournament, Barbados and the Windward Islands, coming up against each other. Curtin Murray now. Nicely turned into the onside. Easy single. So the captain, he's settling in quite nicely. He has gone on to 16. And these two, they're beginning to look more and more comfortable. Oh, he's attempting a dab at one outside the off stump. Encouragement being shouted from the Barbados support section. Oh, an attempted sweep, a loud appeal for leg before the finger goes up. He's on his way. Stands there with hands on hip. But that one looked fairly adjacent to me from my vantage point. Seemed to be playing across the line. And umpire E-Banks. That looks adjacent to me. The batsman does not think so. But that certainly looked adjacent. And water break is being taken, and we'll take the opportunity to have a drinks break also. Yes, we're back with the action. The wicket falling just on the, you could say just on the cusp of break. And new batsman. In fact, it was the final delivery of that over from Kurt Murray. So we'll have a new over. A drinks break was taken, of course, and Durand will pick up the attack from the pavilion end. So we see the long on back on the boundary, the cover sweeping, and the mid-wicket back on the boundary. And Dawn is defending, but Barbados pushed back a bit at this point, losing the wicket of Wiggins, who was leg before to Kurt Murray for, as this one is turned into the onside.
I suspect Smitten, the cat is circling the cage with the pigeons. Trying to find a way in.
Still some way to go yet. Son playing nicely into the offside. And if Dawn continues to bat like this, then he could probably pull his team out of muddy waters. He seemed to have settled down quite nicely, and he's playing some nice shots.
Somehow I'm seeing the approach he's taking somewhat like what Toppin played against Trinidad and Tobago.
Toppin, of course, would have gotten, I think, 77 runs in that particular match. 77 from 88 deliveries. And he really gave his team a very good chance.
And that was against the Windwards.
Trinidad and Tobago yet to win a match, I think. This one is going into the onside by the wicketkeeper of the Barbados team. He's a small man, very diminutive figure. Wrong arm delivery there from Durant. The arm ball angled in at the left-handed Bowens, who plays it well. Nice breeze, Troy. It's been a nice cool day here at St. Paul so far. We have had some humid days.
Lovely days for cricket indeed.
This is one of the days when you tell yourself it's good to be in the country.
Definitely. 14 miles west of the capital, Bastia.
Yes, pleasant conditions, a good day for batting. Good pitch on which to bat also.
Historic community, this St. Paul's, birthplace of the first premier.
Oh, loud appeal. Is he out? Yes, he is.
I just mentioned Smith, the cat was circling the cage with the pigeons. And the skipper Don seemingly not too happy about that one either. But that seemed to be plumb smitten.
Yes, and they might. I was trying to get the height of that one, but if anything, height. But he stood there. The Windward Island players.
It doesn't seem
that's
was
not a
height
question
was an
of height.
issue.
That wasn't an issue at all.
As a matter of fact, it seemed to be overpitched.
Overpitch, yes. He seemed to have misread the length of that one and probably the line also.
I would give him the benefit, Smitten, that he is mad with himself.
I would want to think so. I
For
think
playing
it
that
was
shot, exactly.
Probably disappointment. I would agree with you.
I wouldn't
Totally.
think that he was questioning the umpire's opinion, the umpire's decision.
Well, I could tell you that E-Banks, he takes his time in giving a decision, but the finger went up rather quickly for this one.
Yeah, there was no need for no MR, no mental review.
Definitely not. And you can see immediately the Windward Island players, they were celebrating. So Barbados plunged in the mire. We saw Shaquan Bell a couple of days ago, right here at St. Paul's, with a rear guard action. He would have played with Bowen also, and they were able to take their team home against Jamaica, as he's getting off the mark immediately as this one comes from the outer portion of the bat and goes down to third man for 4.
Very easy look at it. I would not have gotten the impression it would have raced to the boundary before, but that it did. And Bell seems a very accomplished all-rounder. Looking good with the bat, and he has to be batting at number 6. He has picked up a few wickets for Barbados.
So,
And they are in some bother at 82 for 4 after just 18.2 overs.
yes, certainly. And Kurt Murray really posing some problems for the Barbados batsman. He has picked up 2 quick wickets, and he's in his 4th over. He has 2 for 11. So doing quite well, and really forcing Barbados against the wall at this point. They need a partnership here.
And the ever-alert Pascal in 4th slip, adjusting his field, bringing in a 2nd slip, applying a little bit more pressure.
Well, he's asking the 2nd slip to come a little closer to him. I think they're rather close there. Could create a bit of confusion, those 2 slips there. And you look at them, they're very close to each other.
Look like 2nd slip is asking him, Skip, you sure?
Yes, but this is good stuff here from young Kurt Murray, keeping it tight, not giving much away.
I'm very much impressed with the Windward Islands team.
Oh, he gets one outside the off stump. Yes, we have also been impressed. Very disciplined team indeed, the Windward Islands. And they're playing good cricket. They've been batting well, they've been bowling well. And they've been winning well also.
Indeed. Good team spirit, very much alert.
Charles has left the field though. And he's replaced there by, I think it's Fontenelle.
Of course, one of the the greatest challenge is the fact that they've been giving away overthrows. Like any other team, they've put down a few as well.
Yeah, so almost was back up on the offside. And then the run scored. So we're keeping things tight here. The Windward Islands. And Duran is lending good support. He has not picked up a wicket as yet, but lending good support to his other partner.
Very much the case.
Bowling in, you know, they say batting comes in partnership, and so does bowling also.
Definitely, you can't have one end being tight and another end being leaky. 16 runs in 4 overs from Duran.
The over pitches this time, and just played back by young Bowens. Pressure really on Barbados at this point. Quietly defends a good delivery. It's laid into the offside.
The tails, no doubt, on their backs at this time. The Windward Islands, 82 for 4.
Pushed into the offside. And they cannot just afford to sit around and allow the bowlers to dictate to them. They would have to try and find ways and means of keeping the scoreboard going. At the moment, the rate is not a bad one, 4.10.
Opening bat Zakari, he went 17 from 29 balls, was it? Skipper Don, the last to go. Wiggins, he has left as well. And skipper Pascal, extremely meticulous with his field placement. You get the impression that he wants his on this blade pass.
Well, makes a lot of sense. And, you know, sometimes, you know, sometimes the captains are not really doing much, but, you put things in the minds of the batsmen.
I've heard of a captain, Smitten, who moved the player 3 paces to the left and then tell him go back 3 places to the right.
Yeah, makes sense. Playing on the mind of the batsman. You know, it's a mind game also. Quicker delivery.
And could that have been played, Smitten?
Well, we'll see in a while, but there was not too much excitement from the Windward Island players. In fact, buys.
It popped up.
It popped up. I suspected that it did not come from bat. So it's a mind game, Troy, and we know cricket is more mind game than you must have some ability, of course, but there's also the aspect of the mental side of the game. Left-handed bowling is on strike now. He's yet to score. He has soaked up some 9 deliveries so far. Oh, the appeal goes up. Taking on the pad. This time the finger does not go up.
And again, there was no need for mental review from umpire Banks. Looked at it and clearly not out, nothing in the negative.
This one goes down to short fine leg. But I suspect that Barbados is in that spot of bother at this point. From the top order, young Michael Gwynage, Zachary Carter, driven back, and it eludes the ball and goes up to mid-on, no run. And these have been some of the players who have picked up most of the runs, so they need somewhat of a rearguard action if they're going to get a respectable total on the board.
And I suspect, Smitten, not that 200 or thereabout would be a good score. It might give you something to bowl at, but the way we've seen the Windward Islands playing, the way they've batted, especially Pascal, the informed skipper, Barbados will need a target well over 200 to really stand a good chance of winning this match, in my view.
Yeah, certainly they do need a good score, and at this point they do need a good partnership. Durant tosses up, driven straight to extra cover, fielded by Murray, and a run. And of course, that's the fast bowler Murray.
And they keep supporting their bowlers, the Windward Islands, especially skipper Pascal.
Fontenelle seems to be a confident player. Also an aggressive one. Settles. Tossed up, he's driving and driving well, 4 runs.
You've seen the quality of Bell, Shakwan Bell. And I'm having a challenge to determine whether he's a batting all-rounder or bowling all-rounder, because to me, well with both of them.
Well, he comes in at number 6, which would suggest to me that he's very much of a batting all-rounder. Well, he might be a genuine all-rounder too. Looks good, he looks good, defends well.
Doesn't seem to be pressured. Very confident in his stroke play.
Goes into defense once more and gets it into the offside. The over comes to an end at the end of that over. Barbados 87 for 4. We have had 22 overs completed, and Windward's very much on top at the moment.
3 batters going. 4 batters being out, actually. And Barbados, they really need a partnership. But not only that, they can't soak up too many balls doing so. Of course, we're not suggesting they just go flinging their bats. They have to play good, sensible, intelligent cricket.
Oh, here's attempted swing by Bowens. And
the Windward Islands, they would love to see that. Gives them some encouragement, some inspiration.
Bowens is still a knot. And he goes again. And Bell calls him through for the single, and it's a bye. So yet to get his first runs, Gatson Bowens. It's a struggle for him out there, and he seems to be getting a bit impatient based on those 2 last shots he would have played.
A very good call by Bell for the single for 2 reasons. It was on, but to relieve the frustration of Bowens.
Of course, Bell looks the more comfortable of the 2 out there. He's 8 from 15, 8 from 16, in fact. Gets one outside the off stump, does not play a shot.
A nice breeze blowing across the ground.
Oh, that one beats him outside the off stump. So he's getting a bit of bounce and some grip just on around the outside the off stump. Does a Kurt Murray. So the over comes to an end. And it's 84 for 4.
Barbados team need to settle and avoid the frustration. They also need to pick up the singles here and there. Boy looking comfortable, defending. They do need the singles because they need ones. There's also a left and right combination. But the Windward Islands, they're not quite giving away anything. Durand, he hasn't picked up a wicket. He's into his 7th over and he has only given up 20 runs. So on any given day, a bowler giving up about 3 runs per over in a 50-over match, that's good going by him. That one outside the drifting down leg, there's a loud appeal.
Pie Shekel indicated thigh pad, the pad.
And true to form, the Windward Islanders, they asked, not out, and they've gone back to their positions. Very disciplined there.
I think young Boynes is struggling now. That's his 19th delivery yet to score a run.
The question is, would he crack, and if so, when? And another maiden over by Durand, who's really been bowling very well indeed.
Yes, he's doing a good job for his team, keeping it tight. They're not letting Boynes off the hook. He has soaked up some 20 deliveries and he's yet to score. But just looking at the scores in other matches, very similar in terms of number of wickets down. Here Barbados 88 for 4. Trinidad and Tobago at Connery, they are 66 for 4. And the Leeward Islands over there in E.T. Willett Park, 66 for 5.
Whoa. And here is a comfortable looking shot.
Good shot, and it's important that Barbados continue to pick up runs and not just allow the bowlers to dictate. And just back to the scores, Guyana playing against the United States over there in Cairn, and the United States.
And there's a loud appeal. The Windward seem very confident. Umpire Banks not really interested. And Swinton, yes, they're going back to their position, looking very disappointed. They seem extremely confident.
Oh yes, they were confident, and this, of course, is a key wicket. Appealing for a caught behind.
Very good take by the keeper. And Swinton, this is one of the time you saw a little, they didn't get back to their marks as early as they have done on previous appeals. Let me put it that way.
Yeah, they were disappointed. They probably thought they had their man, but really and truly, they have been impressive. They're really tightening the screws here on Barbados.
After giving away a boundary on the first ball, Court Murray coming back strong with 3 dot balls. The previous one, an appeal for caught behind. Very good take by the keeper.
So just to complete the roundup of scores, Guyana against the United States of America, the United States of America to 97 for 3.
Defensive again is Bell. Brings the end of the 25th over. We are halfway through this innings, 92 for 4. Not the strongest of positions. Shaquan Bell 12 from 24. Gatson Brown yet to score after 20 balls, and his frustration continues to build.
What Bell has been doing well, though, he has been putting away the bad delivery. That shot, the first delivery of the last over, he went over mid-off, struck it well, and struck it powerfully to the boundary. So he is a key figure in the Barbados team at the moment.
And Durant continues for his captain. Before this over, 7 for 20 runs. He hasn't touched the pad as yet, but keeping things tight from the media center end. Bowen asking for an impossible single.
Really, he needs it.
I think he was really teasing. I don't think he meant that. Back to the bowler, he plays that one, and his frustration continues. Getting back, plays it through, and he will get his first run. Playing it in a point position. The fielder moving around, but he couldn't stop him, and he's finally off the mark after 24 balls, his Bowens.
Well, he must be a relieved young man. And getting his first run after a struggle.
An extremely big difference between 0 and 1. When it comes to
Getting his first run.
cricket.
Well, 1 is something, 0 is nothing.
Any money anyway.
Well, you know, the 1 cent adds up to the dollar. You have 99 cents. But of course, 1 cent is not in circulation now. So, the smallest denomination in coins, of course, in the OECS, of course, being the 5 cent piece. So we are not talking 1 cent now, Troy. That is totally obsolete.
Well, we are, however, talking cents. That is the sense with which these Barbados batters approach the game, and they've been doing so quite well so far.
Of course, you know, teams have lost by 1 run, teams have won by 1. We've had tight matches. So every little run counts. Bowling change from the far end now.
Pascal again meticulous with his field placement. Spin being introduced.
I think that might be Jones coming on now, though.
Which is good management by the skipper. He seems to be a right arm leggy. First ball on point. And it is very difficult for the right arm wrist spinners. I think you may have played with Ramsey Dixon from Sandy Point, played against him. When he's on, he's really on. Getting that, cracking it back to, cracking it square. His Bowens not passing the fielder. But Dixon, when he was on, he was really on, but when he was off, he was really, really off.
Dixon, of course, one of 2 brothers who would have represented St. Kitts at the Leeward Islands level. In Leeward Islands cricket, leg spinner, very quick, through the air and off the pitch.
It was also been said that he was much faster than the fast bowler Smitten.
Oh yes, he bowled rather quickly. And spun it too.
And going aerially, he's caught easily is Wiggins by the man down at the mid-off region. So the Cats are definitely amongst the pigeons now. 93 for 5, Barbados. After some 26.4 overs, Isaiah Jones being brought into the attack, picking up a wicket on his 5th ball, a maiden over so far.
Not surprising that Boyne gave it away. He had a struggle. He would have faced some 29 deliveries. In fact, he took about 27 deliveries out there about to get off the mark. And not surprising that he would have given his wicket away. But, Troy, are we heading in that direction? We came here some days ago expecting a good match, a match which would have gone right down today. And I think it was sometime last week.
Yes, correct.
I think it was Jamaica and Barbados, was it? Mm-hmm. And we expected, because the two teams and the positions, in fact, when they came here, one was in 3rd position, one was in 4th. And instead we had a truncated match, I would say, a match which saw some low scores. Jamaica only getting to 124. Is it going to happen again today?
Well, it appears we haven't been getting it quite right. We expect early days, we get long days. We expect long days, we get early days.
Well, let us wait and see, because still has some way to go still. Barbados, they're only 5 wickets down. Bell is there, he's batting well, it's Lowell.
And at the start of this match, because of the nature of the match, the politics involved, we really expected a very long day, very good match. And I really didn't expect Barbados to be to 93 for 5 after 27 overs.
Well, these are the 2 of the top teams in the tournament. And, you know, it was quite reasonable for us to expect a good match. And we were hoping, too, that we get a good competitive match. And it does not mean that we are not going to get
Correct.
one.
It still may
Barbados
happen.
is not all out as yet. They're just down. So still some distance to go yet.
Commendations must be given to the Windward Islands team.
They're bowling well, and they've kept the pressure on.
I haven't really seen a ball that they took a wicket. It has been more the Barbados players giving away their wickets.
The thing, though, the Barbadian batsmen, they were forced into error. The pressure that was created by the Windward Island fielders. Here is Durant, for example, the young off-spinner, continuing to bowl tightly. He's in his 9th over, coming towards the end of his spell. Has just conceded some 21 runs.
Which is really very good bowling in 50 overs. Giving himself some room, his bell trying to play it square, missing. No harm done. He remains on 12 from 30 balls. The Windward Islands really being tight and stingy with their bowling, with their runs. Earlier clock we saw a few wide balls, one no ball, which for the type of ball perhaps it should have been to an Here's the commentator's course against Britain.
Yes, that one was wide, loose delivery, lucky to get away with it. Could have easily been swept away down to long leg for a boundary.
And the bowlers, they will need to keep it tight as well. And they've been doing a very good job, especially Durant, perhaps losing a bit of focus.
And perhaps losing concentration a bit, but he has done an excellent job for his team, despite the fact that he has not taken a wicket as yet. But a lot here depends on Bell. I am not too certain of the capabilities of Lowell as a batsman. He comes in at number 7, which suggests he is somewhat of an all-rounder.
Another lefty again too. Shaping up nicely, playing that one off the hips. Down to a short fine leg, picking up a single. And it's very important for them to rotate the strike. One, because of the left and right combination, and two, they do need runs. And that one coming off the edge perhaps would have been down the throat of a third slip, but going down to a short third man is Bell getting 2 runs.
2 useful runs. Therefore, Bell, they all count. They are very important.
Getting back, pushing it down to the long off region, picking up a single. Left-handed Lovell, 1 from 2 balls. Giving it a bit of ear. Trying to get him to play it down to the long option down the throat, but all along the carpet to that mid-wicket fielder. There's an appealsman, but more in hope.
Seemed to have pitched outside leg.
And perhaps hitting a little high as well.
A bit of a googly, it looks like there.
A little fuller. Asking a question, not quite an appeal. Who's and hows, and it brings up the end of the over Isaiah Jones. His second over. Picking up a wicket in his first over, he's now 2 overs, 4 runs, 1 wicket. 29 overs bowled, 98 for 5 Barbados.
Yes, it's very critical for Bell to stay for Barbados. And he is looking good. He's playing it from the middle of the bat. And he is capable of racking up some boundaries for Barbados and getting them to a respectable total. So what he needs at this point is support.
He will hope that Lovell will stay around with him.
On the other hand, though, if Bell goes now, then your cat would be probably among the pigeons.
Coming forward, is he turning it into backward square, no harm done? That pressure on. Backward point, cover extra cover mid-off.
Barbados has to be careful here, though. Of course, there are lots of overs left, and I guess the plan is to try and bat these overs out. But they still have to rotate this.
And his Bell going aerially, and a very good shot. Very well timed, very well placed, going straight over the mid-on region, picking up a 6. Much needed runs.
Well, this is good cricket from Bell. Just before that delivery, we saw the Windward Islands bringing the fielder from the long on boundary and putting him inside the circle. Bell must have seen that, and he went over the top safely, bringing up a good 6. Brings up the 100 also.
104 for 5 from 29.5. Far from being out of the woods are the Barbados team. Notwithstanding that 6, still good figures by Durant, who comes to the end of his spell. 10 overs, 28 runs, 51 of those 60 deliveries being dot balls.
Yeah, that's an extremely high percentage of dot balls.
Jones will continue from the far end, the Caribbean Sea end. Right arm over. Right arm wrist spin. Bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Lovell. one of the many left-handers here. And there's a bit of oohs and ahs, pulling him forward, that one a little outside the off stump.
Jones has been impressive so far. He has struck a good line and length. He has shown good control. In fact, that first wicket in
Fuller outside the off stump. Just pushed down to mid-off. Perhaps Lovell should have been doing something better with that ball.
well, he's still out there.
Again, Fuller outside the off stump, playing it through the covers, picking up a single is Lovell. Very important, but perhaps more importantly, giving Bell, who's 21 from 40, giving him the strike.
I think the idea at this juncture for Barbados is for Lowell to lend some support to Bell. Bell is the one who's going over the top. He strikes it well.
Getting back, punching it down to a wideish mid-on, picking up a single. He knows the responsibility resting on his shoulders.
Well, he has a good start so far.
Coming forward, trying to whip that down the leg side. It runs down to a very fine leg. The batters run through it for 2 leg byes. Very well run in the end.
Yes, and these are precious runs here for Barbados. Leg byes, but they count at the end of the day.
A little faster is Jones, and the hand goes up by umpire Banks. That one was a little faster, perhaps a little straighter, Smitten. And Lovell was all over the place and back to the pavilion.
Yes, umpire E. Banks put that dreaded finger up. The bowler himself was very confident. And further trouble here for the Barbados team. And they've lost another wicket. 6 wickets are down. They cannot afford to lose the batsman Bell at this juncture. And he could be critical to their cause. Andre Baptiste goes to the crease. I think he would have gotten some runs in this tournament so far. So he is capable, but Barbados really up against it. And more or less going against the grain of things. We expected a very competitive match here today so far. Windward Islands dominating. It does not mean that we won't have a competitive match still, because
Correct.
Barbados could go out there and really impose themselves upon the Windward Islands team and dismiss them below their score. But long way to go still. And my goodness, Leeward Islands 82 for 7.
Wow.
Against the USA 1. They really capitulating there. Trinidad and Tobago 89 for 4 against Jamaica. And let's see, Guyana. The United States of America 2 against Guyana. They 116 for 4.
Well, the Cats are amongst the pigeons here at the St. Paul's Sporting Complex.
Well, the pigeons would be hoping to escape. They would be hoping to fly away.
And they do have some hope in Shakwan Bell.
McDowell is back though. Changing bowling there, back one of the fast men. In fact, Grant would have completed his spell. He would have
Stuff overs by McDowell. He would have had time to clear his mind, settle his mind, as old people would say. And that one getting up a little faster on Bell.
I don't think he was that bad. He conceded 12 runs in the 3 overs he would have bowled previously. Lestrade is the one who was all over the shop.
And Bell, he's there, he knows his responsibility. So does Baptiste, the non-striker, who's yet to face a ball. And that one is wide, and Bell gets up on his toes. He spanks it square backward of, well, basically cover point and picking up a single.
McDowell is a short man, but I've noticed in the last match he would have played, he seems to favor digging it in. And that one, he really dug it in. It was short, lifting. And Bell got to his full height and spanked it down to point and picked up a single. But McDowell seems to favor that short pitch delivery.
Baptiste facing his first ball. Played into a very shortish mid-wicket.
Not a left-hander, of course.
Indeed.
I think we've seen 3 in a row.
They're probably trying to give the Jamaica team some competition.
Yes, we had Bowens, Lowell. And now we have Baptiste, 3 in a row. And we had a couple previously.
Carter at the top. Getting outside and playing it down to a backward point position. Initial shouts of catch it, but dropping short. Wicketkeeper running to the position. Good camaraderie in the team.
3.4 to the current scoring rate. And they're not only losing wickets, but they're not scoring.
Dabbing that one down to an extra cover region. The end of the over, that yielded just 1. Very good comeback by reintroductory over by McDowell. 109 for 6 Barbados after 32 overs, winning the toss and the batting. Those 32 overs have really sped away Smitten.
Oh yes, another 18 overs left. But most importantly, just another course they would like to make the most of what's left in terms of batting and in terms of the number of overs. We saw a yard action by topping the other day for Trinidad and Tobago, and they were able to get to 180 plus.
And this one is tossed up, driving to the man at extra cover, just dipping before getting there. The anxiety rising a bit by the Windward Islands team. They thought they had picked up their 7th wicket, but they'll have to work another time for that.
Interesting change. We see them. And young Jones is not afraid to give it some loop, you know. He's looking to tempt the batsman into error. Long on, long off, he's back on the boundary.
Varying the line, varying the length, varying the speed. Very good, intelligent bowling.
There's also mid-wicket right back on the boundary, a long way off.
Getting back, tapping that one down to long on for a single is Bell. Gives Baptiste the strike, who has only faced 3 balls so far and yet to get off the mark. Right arm leg spin to left-hander. How will this battle go? Baptiste getting it back, playing it in the wind. Very full. Perhaps much better should have been done with that spin, apart from playing it down to the mid-on position and bringing up the end of the over.
Yes, the end of the over. Me at least kept it out. And Shaquin Bell will now pick up the strike from the far end. McDowell, he will continue to bowl from the pavilion end. He's in his 2nd spell. Previously 3 overs in his 1st spell for 12 runs. Driving nicely into the cover region and picks up a run. pitch continues to play well. So the left-handed is Andre Baptiste on strike. Turns it nicely down to find an easy single. And they've managed to pick up 2 singles. Field now fairly well spread. It's a third man cover sweeping. Oh, that's a good one. It jumped off a good length. And it went across the right-handed bell. And he seemed to have dropped the wrist and allowed it through. But certainly a good surprise delivery there by McDowell. Here's a drive and out. Caught there at backward point. He was going for the drive. It peeled off the outer portion of the bat. And the catch was taken there in a short backward point position. And the very important wicket of Shaquan Bell goes, caught off the bowling of McDowell, who picks up his first wicket. There is he driving. And a rather airy-fairy shot, wafting at it. It peeled off the outer portion of the bat, the outside edge, and it went down to a short backward point where the catch was taken. And Barbados plunged into further trouble, now losing their 7th wicket. There we go again. And the catch taken low down, a good catch. This is good cricket there by the Windward Islands. So, sure you would have missed the excitement here for the Windwards. A very important wicket of Shaquan Bell going down, well caught.
So the Cats are not only amongst the pigeons, it's having a feast, or starting a feast, I should say.
Well,
not a very good position for Barbados to be in.
oh, and he's an attempted edge. And let's see. That catch was taken by the fielder there at the gully. It looks like number 6. I think it's one of the Murray brothers. Let's see. Murray, 6. Ooh, he's ducking and putting that periscope up in the air. The ball took the bat rather than the bat took the ball. And it ran down to fine leg for a single. So rather uncomfortable there by Rajai Gittins.
Very fortuitous indeed. Normally when you're evading, you bring your bat down. But that was as if to say, hey, get off of me. We're now at the 30-foot over smitten. The ball being changed.
Yes, so.
Umpire Sheckles, a very good throw. Getting it onto way down the boundary. Umpire Porsad running around and actually not making a good catch.
Umpire Donald Sheckle, of course, a young man, so he would have a good arm at this point. Throwing it a good distance.
Indeed.
You know, I could hardly throw it from stump to stump now.
Perhaps that's why we're here in the commentary booth.
And, you know, Troy, I had a very strong arm, you know. I had a very strong arm and years of stoning mangoes in Nevis. Oh, there's an appeal. But young Jones seemed to have this habit of running away and not looking towards the umpire. And he seems to be exuding confidence, but he's bowling well, and he's giving these batsmen some trouble. So Jai Gitton's really struggling.
And the team again extremely confident, and again taking an extra second or two before they picked up their position.
1-1, 3 for 7. The winner 3 runs over the projected score 166, but it could be much less than that if they continue in the same vein. Oh yes, he's bowled! My word! Wonderful delivery there by the young man young man Jones, and Baptiste is nonplussed. That one really came back a long way and knocked back the stumps. Wonderful cricket there by the Windwards.
So then, Smitten, the pundits would ask, was that a symmetrical ball to the one before, which didn't catch, which hit the pad? Some persons will argue it like that, but it's a very beautiful ball. Having had an appeal negated the ball before, this one coming back, giving it up to the umpires. Uprooting the stumps is young Jones.
Oh yes, that one did come back. The leg spinner, but of course an off spinner to the right hand, it came back a long way. Oh, I love that action also. Beautiful action by the young man.
Walking between bat and pad, maybe coming off the edge. But that didn't matter. All bails were dislodged.
But look at his figures though. 4.3 overs, 3 for 8, and he's really destroying Barbados.
The captain couldn't ask for anything better. And when a captain makes a change and a bowler comes on and does so well, you have to give 100% to the captain. Good vision. And the Cats are now tearing up the pigeons.
Well, if it continues at this rate, one way or the other, we'll be having an holiday, Troy.
Definitely 100.
Barring weather, of course, and we keep our fingers crossed. Quicker delivery pulled into the onside. Catch is well judged, well taken, and another wicket goes down. Well taken there by, Durand. Good catch. And he really timed it well. He moved around, then he moved back, he got into position nicely, and took a nice catch.
To his left shoulder height, really judging and somewhat running back at the same time. Excellent catch indeed. And very much elated this Windward Island team. 114 for 9 after 34.5 overs. And Jones, you just mentioned his figures, Smitten.
4 for 8, and the batsman dismissed Kamari Griffith. I hardly had time to call his name or to introduce him to the listeners or viewers. And he's on his way. 114 for 9. Can they put something on the board, something from which they could, pose a challenge to the Windward Islands? So far, so good for the Windward Islands. We just are going past the 12 o'clock hour, and we are just in over number 35. So lots of overs to go, Troy. Lots of time left in the game.
Lots of cricket.
Lots of cricket. Well, if Barbados continue in this vein, it won't be so much cricket. The last pair at the crease at the moment, 114 for 9.
And we are very much cognizant of the adage, runs on the board are runs on the board.
Well, I don't think Barbados would be thinking that at the moment. They'll be thinking that they're not in a very good position, and their chances of getting into a fight becoming slimmer and slimmer, tossed up. And this one is driven down to mid-off. The new batsman in is Jakeem Pollard, one of the opening bowlers.
And you said it right, Smitten, a left-hander.
That's right, and there are quite a number of left-handers, so most of the batsmen, in fact, the batsman who just got dismissed was a left-hander. So probably about 8 or so of the Barbados batsmen are left-handers.
And the Barbados team, they have very much capitulated here at St. Paul's. Quite a contrast from the first two matches where they scored 295 and 260 something, 80 something. And then a 124, and was it 59-89?
Dowell, as this one is edged down to third man for single. And Gittins gets his third run. Dowell, left arm. So we've seen quite a number of left-handed players in this tournament so far. Seen a few bowlers, of course, mostly left-handed batsmen. Pollard, who's a very big lad, tall, strongly built.
And we expect him to really easily put anything short beyond the boundary.
Well, let's wait and see. It's not all about side time.
You were mentioning strength earlier, Smitten. As old people say, when strength was being given away, I ran away. That's not one of my strongest areas, strength.
Drives that one outside the off stump and misses. Through it goes to the keeper. Well, hitting a six is not all about strength, you know. There's a thing called good timing also.
In my cricketing career, I struck 1-6, and that was in England.
In England, huh?
Yeah, and if they had carried back the boundary about 1.5 feet, it would have been 4.
I see. Oh, that's one almost knocked through Pollard. Well, I can tell you I've lost count of the number of sixes I've struck.
I've never made the shot put standard in school.
But Barbados need quite a few more sixes here. Overpitched, and this one is played down to point. It's fielded and there's no run.
The Windward Islands players, they can't get complacent at this stage. But they'll be very extremely happy with chasing 115 as it is now 120. However, they have to keep it tight. It's very easy for this 115 to reach up to 130, 150.
I think Barbados need a lot more than that. McDowell defended well there by Pollard. VC's keeping the spinners. We have seen young Jones weaving webs around them in his spell. He has picked up some 4 wickets so far. Less than 10 runs. Oh, this is a good one. Right up in the block hole. And dug out for a single by Pollard, down to mid-on.
Well played by him. There was a little bit of movement in the air, but he played it well. Tall man getting down, and he holds the strike for the 37th over.
So young Jones will continue from the fine, and he must be enjoying this spell. And he has bowled, in this spell, he has bowled with good control. And he has bowled good lines and length, and we saw that magnificent delivery there to dismiss Baptiste, one which spun back and stuck between bat and pad and bowled Baptiste.
He has a real chance of a fifer.
Pollard is using his reach. He's a tall man, tall, big man, and stretching well forward and blocking it and getting it into the offside.
And this is his best bowling at aged category, Smitten. His previously best being a 3-for.
Of course, we must be reminded that these are accumulated stats, not just under 19 stats. But Pollard is looking good. He's defending well. But I think what Barbados need at this moment are runs on the board and down to backward square.
looking good for number 11 is Pollard.
Yes, and Barbados could do with a bit of a rear guard action at this point. As Josiah Gittins is on strike now, he's on 3 from 5. Gingerly forward.
They have a tough job on their hands, these two.
Tossed up. And he's reaching for it and drops it in front of him. It goes out just slightly backward of square on the offside. The over comes to an end. It's 117 for 9. We've had some 37 overs completed. Top score so far, 25 from 51 delivery, Shaquan Bell.
And Jones just yielding 1 run in that over. 4 for very good bowling, picking up wickets, keeping it extremely stingy.
You would be hoping that McDowell does not pick up the final wicket in this over, which effectively would give him a chance of getting a 5-4. But then again, if you're a team man, he would not be thinking about that. He would be thinking that the sooner his team get this final wicket, the better it is for his team.
And on the contrary, Smitten, will a bowler in this situation be bowling not to really get a wicket, to allow the other bowler to get his 5-er?
I don't think you should. I think you should continue to play the game as you have been playing it. You have seen teams take their foot off the pedal to their own detriment. And once you have that foot on that jugular, you have to keep it there.
Indeed, go for the kill, which is something that has been lacking in West Indies cricket often.
But this young man is shaping up well though, Pollard. He's playing with a straight bat, he's middling it, he's defending well. And looking to eke out some runs for his team. He's 2 from 12. So McDowell switches to a round wicket for the right-handed Gittins. And this one is in the air but safe, and the single. One 9 for 9.
The struggle continues here with this last pair for Barbados. They most certainly would not have envisioned themselves being here after winning the toss and batting.
McDowell once more. Oh, this is a good straight back down to mid-on by Pollard. He's looking good. And looking to put up some resistance for his team. He's not ready to give it in yet.
No doubt when they were preparing for this match, they were thinking runs in excess of 300 to give themselves a very good chance.
Fended once more. He was all out for 102. Over there, Nevis, that looks like it's going to be another early one. 102 as the water cat goes onto the field. We'll take a break and we'll be back as soon as play has resumed. Well, we're back with the action here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground. Barbados struggling at 119 for 9 from 38 overs. And we have come to the end of another drinks break. Windward Islands looking to pick up this blast wicket. Jones was picked up 4 so far, 4 for 9. We'll continue from the far end. This is the googly to the batsman Gittins, who plays it in the offside and no run. So Jones in his 7th over, looking for a 5-4. And this has been a good spell by the young man. Tosses up and gets it into the onside. But some resistance being shown here by these two. They're not prepared to give it up quite easily, and the bowlers would have to work for the wickets. Tossed up a big swing and a miss.
I did suggest earlier that Pollard, he might be hit. We expect perhaps he might hit a 6 to go. The tall man he is, and that was the first sign of aggression we've really seen.
Well, it's not Pollard who was on strike. It's
Gittins.
The short of the two. He's not as big as Pollard.
It might be better to say he's not as tall as him, because
Well, he's not as tall as him.
he's not really a short man as well.
No, he's not short, but he's been dwarfed a bit by Pollard, who's a
Indeed.
very tall man. Tossed up, he's swinging and swinging well and gets runs. 4 runs, that's a good shot. Over tossed, in fact, by Jones and put away.
We Pollard at 1.5 inches taller than him, Gittins, from our vantage point. But Barbados will definitely need many more. How many? Many more of those to give themselves a real fighting chance.
I think you'll have to bring out the tape measure again, Troy. 1.5 inches, you said. Let's look at them now. They get close to each other. That's more than 1.5 inches, Troy.
I was even thinking about reviewing downwards, maybe about 1 inch.
Yeah.
But by any standards, they are 2 tall gentlemen for under 19.
Yeah, they're tall, but Pollard is really
The taller of the two.
the tall of the
Easily.
two by some distance.
A nice little rear guard action here. Not enough. Gittins on 8 from 14. Pollard is just 3. So they'll need many more than the 11 runs between them.
Nicely played into the offside. And is the shy to the keeper's end. Not necessarily, I would think. But these two, they're holding up the Windward Islands team. They have been solid. We just saw a boundary in the previous over struck by Gittins. He has gone on to 8.
And they're all Barbados have right at the moment. So we'll have to try and make the best of it.
Solid again just now there from Pollard. Played into the offside.
10.4 overs left, 10 full overs. Were they to get at least 4 runs per over to 160 plus. But of course, that is done, Smith.
Yeah, this one was kept out there by Pollard. The bowler himself feels.
As a matter of fact, the projected score is 156 with a current run rate of 3.11. And it is said the last 10 overs are thereabout. That's the happy hour period.
McDowell. This one is pushed into the offside. Hesitation. The return misses the stumps that the non-striker's end. The batsman was out of his grounds. And in the end, the 2 batsmen for Barbados survived.
Getting so far out, he made no attempt to get home. He was a goner. However, the ball needed to hit the wicket, and it didn't. So he was just able to stroll back into his ground. The pressure is mounting. They know they have to get runs.
Over pitch and flicked away down towards a backward square single. But Pollard has looked good so far. He has defended well. And there we saw that shot. He got one over pitch and he looked to put it away. Just picked up the single, but nevertheless he got it outside the circle and picked up a run. Very precious run there for his team. 124 it is now for 9. This time it's getting the place to mid-on. The over comes to an end. And it's
25 from 51 was Shaquan Bell, the top scorer. Carter, he was 24. And
it's quite possible they might not for the next half.
124 for 9 from 40 overs. We are now going to be seeing the final power play being signaled by umpire Banks. Or perhaps he did that. The Windward Islands, they can now have an extra man out of the circle. I don't think they may very well employ that. They continue to have just the 4. One slip, a backward point, cover. Punching that one down. The man on the long arm boundary comes in and returns casually as a single is picked up easily.
If I was the who was the try, I would bring more men inside the circle and encourage the batsman to try and go over the top. See.
And here's it, he's going aerially. There isn't a fielder there. And it goes over the boundary, is Gittins picking up 6 runs. And I'm in agreement, and this is one of the cases where we've seen the Windward Islands being so defensive at this point of the match too. Previously, they've had that circle packed, 1, maybe 2 out. Gittins, he has shown the propensity to actually be going big. He's not afraid. 6 welcome runs for Barbados. Coming back well is Jones.
We've gone into the 130s now. And they will be counting these runs in increments.
150 would be somewhat of a psychological advantage. 150 certainly sounds better than 119 or 125 or even 149. Jones, he has come back well. 2 dot balls, 3 dot balls as a matter of fact, which brings up the end of the 41st over. Barbados, after winning the toss, 131 for 9.
These two, though, they are fighting back for Barbados. This last wicket pair of Gittins and Pollard, they're fighting back well. And they're really giving their team an outside chance.
14 from 9 is Gittins. 5 from 22 is Pollard, who has been extremely patient, extremely contained. Are we going to see him going to explosive mode? Gittins, he seems to be the more explosive at the moment. And we're going to have a change of bowling from the media center end, as Kirsten Murray, who has had 6 overs, 26 runs, 2 wickets. He comes in with his left arm pacers. Drive down to mid-wicket, not a run. Actually more mid-on position, shortish mid-on.
Yes, looking for the breakthrough, looking for the kill. These two so far, they have given their team some runs, 17-run partnership so far.
17 precious runs.
Pollard continues to look solid though. He's middling, he's defending well.
And he very much doesn't look like a tail ender per se, Smitten.
No, he looks good.
Perhaps it's a case where everybody cannot bat 7 and 8. Somebody has to bat 10 or 11.
Well, that is quite so.
Driving past the ball and calling for a single is Pollard. Very, very well called.
Yes, and you know, he plays with a very straight bat, Pollard. Not the normal number 11 way of batting. And so far so good. He has not essayed any ugly slugs.
Pressure single, and what it has done as well has put the more aggressive Gittins on strike. Now we're changing to right arm round, having Gittins digging out that one, just about off stump. Well, bold is the support coming from skipper backward point. No slip being used. That was wide, full. Perhaps for Trushers that it's a dot ball. I think the Windward Island spin, they've spread the field. Some of the time in cricket, your strength is your weakness.
Oh yes, sometimes yes. But this has been good from these two though, for Barbados. And they're keeping their team in the game. If they can bat out these remaining overs, there are another 8 overs left. They could probably take this score to 160 or thereabout. But the other spinner comes back, it's Kurt. Morio comes back into the attack, and very critical move at this point.
The last game, the win was against Trinidad and Tobago. They had Trinidad and Tobago 45 for 5. They eventually reached 188 Trinidad and Tobago.
So that's one area in which they need to strengthen, finishing off an innings.
Another dot ball. 132 for 9. They put on about 17 and flicks that one down to the fine leg. They run 1, looking for 2. The call comes in, they'll get an overthrow here. As a matter of fact, they'll get 4 runs overthrow. 4 crucial, critical runs overthrow, Smitten. And that's one aspect of the Windward Islands feeling they definitely have to work on, overthrows.
Yes, we have spoken about that, pour out cricket there by the Windwards. And some very crucial runs there for Barbados. Let's look at it again. Left-handed throw goes past. That's 1 twin toe next, and he's not too happy, the bowler. That's 4 extra runs off his bowling. Umpires conferring now to decide whether or not the batsman had crossed and how many runs should be awarded. And let's see, your eyes are better than mine.
Yes, signal, it looked like it's 6 runs.
6 runs.
Yes, they crossed for 2, and then the 4.
Yes, So 6 runs.
Very good teamwork by the umpires on that occasion, because that had to be clarified. That means this one down to a short third man. It's Pollard picking up a single. With those 6 runs, the score has rushed on into the 130s. It's now 139 for 9. A run rate of 3.26 runs per over Barbados. Projected score 163.
He's still playing it sensibly. They're waiting for the bad deliveries, and so far so good for them.
Critical partnership of 25 runs from 48 balls from the number 10 and 11. Extremely critical. Both have entered into double figures now. Gittins 14, he's the right-hander facing from 24 balls. Pollard 13 from 29. It's the end of the 43rd over, 139 for 9. Barbados winning the toss and perhaps never ever dreaming of being in this position.
Yes, but some resilience being shown here. Still, the Windwards in a very good, very strong position. Another 7 overs to go. But of course, they'll be hoping to finish this off as quickly as possible. And I think this would be a bit tough, a bit frustrating for the Windward Islands players out there.
They still have to work. They still have to keep attacking. They still have to try and take this wicket as opposed to having the wicket be given to them. Barbados doing the number 10 and 11 doing an excellent job.
The wicket out Troy has played quite well. And when you look at a score, Policy score 139 for 9, based on what we are seeing out there, it would suggest that Barbados need a lot more.
Yes, indeed. Drifting down leg, a question being asked of Shekels, who just signaled. And Morrow will continue to work. 27 for 2 from 7.2 overs. He's allowed to bowl a maximum of 10. Backward point. Extra cover. Flicking that one into the inside. We'll get 1. As a matter of fact, a bit of misfielding, slipping. They pick up a second.
It's a good shot, a good clip off the pads there by Pollard. And good running also. Realized that the fieldsman was not in control of the ball and quickly called his partner back for the second run. And got it quite easily in the end. And once again we saw the Windward Island fielder overthrowing a bit.
That one was properly backed up, and this one is guided down to third man by Pollard. He really stayed that one. It was a deliberate shot. Picking up a single.
This is becoming a very annoying partnership here for the Windward Islands. And of course, it's not helped by the fact that it's a left and right hand combination out there. And
Christmas for the Bajans with the amount of overthrows they're being given. And this one goes uppishly. Will it be the end of the inning? Yes, it is. A really nothing shot. That Smitten was a shot you'll expect from a tail ender, unfortunately.
Well, he's a tail ender.
But it goes against how he was batting.
Yeah, he's batting at 10 or thereabout.
He was looking extremely good. And it's the end of the innings, 142 for all out. Barbados, after winning the toss and the batting. Pollard comes not out, 16 from 33 balls. Gittins walks dejectedly to the pavilion. Very much so. For 1, the type of shot he played, and for 2, knowing he didn't do as more for his team, having given them a partnership in excess of 25 runs, 25 crucial, precious runs.
Yeah, so we had a top score of some 25 runs from Shaquan Bell. And Zachary Carter, he got 24. And then after that, we had a couple of batsmen who got into double figures. Pollard was 16 not out. Don, the captain, got 17, and Michael Greenwich 17. There were 16 extras, 6 wides. And for the Windwards, the pick of the bowlers, of course, was Isaiah Jones, who bowled his 8 overs, 1 maiden, 20 runs, and picked up 4 wickets. And then we had Court Murray, the left-arm leg spin, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 22 runs. And he picked up 2 wickets. And we had the other Murray twin, Costin Murray, 7.4 overs, 1 maiden, 30 runs, and he picked up 3 wickets. And McDowell, he picked up a wicket. So that's the position. We'll be back as soon as we have play. Barbados all out for 142. And that, of course, will be the magic figure for the Windward Islands. In fact, 143 to win. So we'll be back as soon as there's further play.
Extremely gettable.
Yeah, good afternoon from the St. Paul's Recreation Ground. Lunch has been taken, and we are ready to go again for the second half of this match. Barbados, of course, being rolled over, I would say, although there was some resistance from the last wicket pair of some 28 runs, which brought some slight respectability to their score. They managed to reach 142 all out. And the Windward's about to begin their innings. And straight away, it's on target. Batsman, of course, looking to settle in first. Jai Gittins is the bowler from the far end. Say good afternoon to Troy Mills. Troy, 142. You'll be out there by 5:30.
The pundits will believe so, Smitten. However, they'll argue and tell you runs on the board are already runs on the board as well. But by that time, in terms of the winners, this should be an easily gettable score for the Windward Islands. We shouldn't be seeing the full 50 overs, of course.
Pascal is the batsman on strike, fresh off over 124 not out in the last match. He would have played. And he settles. Theo Edwards is his partner at the non-striker's end. Quietly pushed into the offside. Encouragement coming from the Barbados team.
Barbados, their spirits are high, and they have to be.
Well, they could only try to bowl the Windward Islands out, and all the wickets are tantamount here for the Barbados team. Gittins short and a wide signal, and Pascal was going after a wide delivery, and the Windwards, the first run.
And that is a challenge with many of our players in the West Indies. Shot selection, going after wide balls, and too many times you see the ball taking the edge and batters being out.
Ball already wide, and more likely than not, you would have been given a run. This time he's defending, plays it straight back up the track on the onside. Bowler feels his own bowling, and the chirping is becoming louder and louder out there for Barbados. They realize it's very crucial for them to pick up all the wickets if they are going to give themselves the chance in this game.
The only way they could successfully defend 142 is by taking 10 wickets.
So Gittins on his way. This one is played straight back overhead. That's a good shot. And it runs away for 4.
Very good shot indeed. There's a mid-off, there's a mid-on. Going straight back over the bowler head. Perhaps with a little better timing, it might have gone over the boundary. But Windward's happy nonetheless to get a 4 from that ball. Pascal, his confidence would be riding high his last score. Bowling out Barbados.
Gittins, though, on his way. Steers this one down to backward point. And it's fielded there by Kamari Griffith. He overcomes to an end at the end of it. It's 5 for no loss. But try, looking at the way the Windward's batted in the last match, I sense that they're going to play positive cricket. They're not going to go into their shell. And we could expect that this match is not going to go the distance in terms of overs bowled. And Barbados, if they had to give themselves a chance, they would have to pick up all the wickets.
Definitely, they'll want to do that. And the Windward Islands going into bat with a lot of confidence. And as we saw from the last game, they're not really a risky team. However, they're not a defensive team going to sit back and just pat. They're going to get on with the game.
So we've already seen signs that they're going to be positive. In the first over, with a delivery which was in the slot and driven back over at the bowler's head for 4, but it's Pollard. And Edwards is defending.
One is shorter. I'll give the edge to the keeper. That's Boyne from Barbados. But the Barbados team will have to work and really work. 1 wicket being 2, 2 being 3.
So Pollard on his way once more. And defended there by Edwards. Yet to get his first run.
Skipper Pascal having a word with Edward. Without telling him, hey son, take it easy, be patient, don't get frustrated. Play his ball on his merit.
Pollard on his way though. Goes in now to Edward. He's playing this nicely, but backward point is in the way and he can't score. So Edward looking to get off the mark still on 0.
Some thick clouds have been hanging around us all day, but we've been able to see bright blue skies. And there has been a gentle breeze most of the time.
Oh, this one is down the onside and signal a wide also.
Edward, but realizing it was going down the leg side, he quite rightly let it go through to the keeper and picking up a single. Too many times we've seen players trying to play at such a ball and the ball either coming off the bat, the gloves or something, and giving away the wicket.
Pollard once more though. Oh, this one is bowled! My word, a Yorker length delivery played all over it and it knocked back the off stump. And Barbados has struck. Pollard has struck. Edwards is on his way for no score.
And skipper Pascal looks disappointingly at Edward and say, hey bro, I just spoke to you. We need to stay here. We need to get runs. Whatever he told him, clearly it didn't work because 2-3 balls later, his opening partner, Edward, is back heading back to the pavilion. and the Barbados team ecstatic, quite rightfully so. Having a very small score to defend, they can only defend it really by taking wickets, and they've taken one of the 10 so far.
Yes, wonderful delivery there, playing all over it. They are cock a hoop. They've drawn early blood. And you can hear them out there encouraging each other. They're really loud out there.
Working, keep it coming, boys.
Of course, with that Barbadian accent, of course.
It's Fontaine who is now in. A centurion in this tournament this year. It's a good one, in a good partnership between both of them, he and Pascal in the previous match.
Pollard on his way. And Fontaine is defending. Brings to an end, in fact, no. Barbados not really on the attack. There's just a one slip in place, a third man backward point. They have a short cover and a wide mid-off. The captain is at mid-off. Pollard. This one is defended well by Fontaine. So the end of a very good over, in which he took a wicket, just the one wide conceded. And Barbados going after 142, 143 to win. They have taken the wicket of Edward for no score, and the Windward 6 for 1.
Very good bowling indeed by the Barbados team. And they have to believe that they can win this match. I don't expect them to be giving Windward Islands any free lunch, really. However, they will have to bowl and they will have to field well. Runs on the board are really runs on the board. Notwithstanding, it's not a lot.
He's one outside the off stump and flashed that up by the captain Pascal. Gittins, the bowler from the far end. Keeper. Bowen's a small man, but making the most noise out there. Smallest but loudest. Oh, there's an appeal. Oh, but I certainly heard two sounds. Barbados team, they're confident. And they'll go up for everything because they're looking to take wickets at this point. Wickets are what are going to get them through. Gittins once more. Flicked away down towards the long leg boundary for 4. This one was badly lined on the pads of Pascal, and they clipped it down to backward point, down to backward square rather, and into the boundary for 4. So Pascal on 8, doing it in boundaries, his second 4 in this innings so far. Edged and dropped, is it? Might have fallen short of the Carter at first slip. So the bowler's asking questions here for Barbados. Barbados They're not going to give up easily. They're going to go down fighting. So far, so good. They've picked up 1 wicket, 10 for 1. This one is badly lined, and a wide signal as it goes down the onside. So Gittins losing his line there. Short lift in, and he gets on top of it and plays it down to backward point. Kamari Griffith is there, he fields. There's no run, of course. Just to slip a third man back on the boundary, backward point, more or less a short third man inside the 30-yard circle. There's a cover wide mid off. On the pads, clipped away, 4 more. So giving away some runs there. And third boundary for the captain of the Windward Islands team. He has gone on to 12. And the Windward Islands 15 for 1. So Leeward's 102, the United States of America, team 1, 43 for 2, Pollard. Shot in the air, and it falls in no man's land. The keeper running into a leg gully area was unable to get to that one, and Fontaine survives.
Perhaps trying to create a new shot in cricket, because I do not really know what he was trying to do on that occasion.
Well, I don't think the batsman himself knew what he was doing. The ball probably got big on him. It was short lifting. He's a short man. And I think he was thinking more in terms of self-preservation than anything else, than rather trying to play the ball. In the end, he played at it, skied it, and lucky to have kept it away from any fielder. Short, and he's playing it, and he's out caught behind. My word, that's a good delivery. And Pollard runs all the way down to long leg meet his his teammate. So
Gittins.
Lee was reeling. 2 batsmen back in the hot front, no score. Fontaine not, Edwards not.
Windward's, what we've said, runs on the board are runs on the board, and what should be an easy match for the Windwards, certainly not turning it out at this stage. Pascal, he's at one end, a runner ball 12, wondering what's happening at the other end. Pollard picking up 2 wickets, just giving away a wide. And the Barbados team definitely believing that they could win this match.
This is good fast bowling from the young man Pollard. That one started just on about off stump and moved slightly away from the right-handed Fontaine, and he had to play at it. It took the edge, and it went through to Gittins, the keeper, an easy catch, and Barbados have had 2.
Getting more vociferous are the Barbadians, and why not? 15 for 2, they have the Windward Islands in just 3.2 overs.
So Daniel.
fireballing, trying to encourage and motivate.
So Pollard on his way. Oh, that's a good one. The appeal goes up, the finger goes up. He's on his way. My word. Pollard is causing chaos here in the Windward Islands batting. Struck on the pad. There was a loud and confident appeal from the Barbados players, and the finger of umpire Donald Sheckle was quickly raised to the heaven, and Daniel goes for a golden duck.
Pollard not only picking up 3 wickets here, but he's onto a hat-trick. Getting Fontaine caught behind the previous ball and now LBW. And we didn't even have a chance to really see the name of the batter who came in.
Daniel. Daniel was the batsman.
As you said previously, you didn't get a chance to introduce him quite well. And he's already heading back to the pavilion.
Certainly not. Golden duck, first ball duck. 15 for 3. Is this going to be another 27?
I'm not certain the Windward Islands expected to be in this position. Similarly to Barbados, nothing expecting to be a little over 100 for 6 and 7 and 8. But that's what it is.
Your batsman, Kurt Murray.
Trying to defend 140 to Barbados. They're doing an excellent job at this point.
We said it. This match is going to be over early, one way or the other. I'm not calling the winner of this game as yet. You would have thought that going into the second half, the Windwards would have been happy with their performance out there in the field, but Barbados has gone out there fighting it, and in fact, you see the captain, Don, has placed himself into a second slip position alongside Zachary Carter. So there are 2 slips in place now. And Pollard, who is all over the Windward Islands batsman, goes in now. This one is pushed up to wide-ish mid-off. And it's fielded there by Bell, Shaquan Bell. And there's no run.
Walking away to square is Murray, trying to avoid the distractions. Trying to get him off his game, get into his head, as they say. But he needs to concentrate, and he has a lot of concentrating to do, a lot of batting to do.
Pollard. He's driving, but he gets it into the extra cover region. And Bell is there. There's no run.
At this point, the Barbados team, no doubt, believing that they can really do this. It's not beyond their reach. All they've got to do is just pick up 7 more wickets.
Well,
easier said than done, of course.
And of course, the Windwards will tell you they just need another 128 runs. Pollard, though. Ooh! Don't know what went through the batsman's mind just now, but he was jumping towards the leg, and then the ball went over the top of leg stump. It was short, it was lifting, and in the end it beat him on its way to the keeper. But 15 for 3, we've had 4 overs completed, and we have a match on our hand.
2 overs, 1 run, 3 wickets. No captain could ask anything more of an opening bowler.
Immediately there's a bowling change. Shaquan Bell, he comes on the far end, and he replaces the opening bowler Gittins, who started from the far end.
The Barbados team, very alive, very alert, very energetic. 15 for 3 after 4 overs. Skipper Pascal to face. And I'm certain if they're thinking they could get Pascal, they could very well win this match easily.
Yes, I think the key to this now lies with the captain for the Windward Islands team, Pascal. And Not only, you know, he would be a prize scalp for them to pick up at this point. It would be a confidence booster for the Barbados team. In fact, they're already showing signs of confidence out there. Beldo. Play back cut! My word! What is happening here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground? Played back in the air to the bowler, Shaquin Bell, and he took the catch quite easily, and all of the Barbados fielders, they've run all the way down towards the backward point boundary, and they are elated, they are cock-a-hoop, they're very much on top.
The softest of dismissals and nothing shot. Just hanging his bat out, straight bat, playing it back to the bowler. To the bowler was skipper Pascal. And my having said just before, the key to, you said it's been, the key to this match was him. I said, were they to have gotten rid of him, they'll definitely believe that they could win this match easily.
Well, I believe that from the moment they went out there, I believe that the Barbados team felt that they could win this match. And we saw that they went out aggressively. They were showing confidence. They were geeing each other up. They were very vocal. The bowlers, they have hit good lengths, Pollard in particular. And they're really running in, and they're really hitting the wicket hard. 15
for 4. If you had asked me if I believe this would have been the score less than half an hour after the start of the Windward Islands innings, I would have said no, Smitten. Not at all. being cognizant of this beautiful game, glorious game of uncertainties. And I'm thinking, notwithstanding Barbados wanting to win this, needing to win this match, though they're very surprised that Windward Islands are in this position, 15 for 4, but they're not going to argue.
New batsman, the left-handed Charles, breaks up things a bit for the Windwards, turned into the onside. This one goes down to Pollard on the fine leg boundary, but an easy single, and Charles is off the mark immediately. And Kurt Murray, who has been there for just 3 deliveries, he's yet to score. Seems like he was there a long time.
Perhaps the left and right combination might change the fortunes of the Windward.
Their fortunes at this point. Bell. Magic change there by his captain. Flicked in the air out towards the square leg region, goes across the boundary line now for 4. That's a good shot there by Kurt Murray. So he gets off the mark.
Definitely a good shot, easy, well composed. It will do a lot of confidence boosting for him and his team. But they'll need many, many more of that to actually be out of the woods.
I tell you though, there are lots of action out there though. It's all happening out there in the middle. And we do have a match on hand. 20 for 4 the score now. Little partnership is needed for the Windward Islands to settle their nerves a bit.
And umpire Shekels is beckoning umpire Banks. They're looking at the ball. The third umpire, he's heading towards the boundary. They're actually calling him on. They look like they're going to change the ball, Smitten.
Yes, it seems as though some damage was done to the ball. I don't know if it has been struck out of shape.
Naturally induced.
Something on the, when it came back from the boundary, in fact, they have made the change immediately. And that one goes into the ball bank. And I was listening to a documentary the other day about ball making, and but Shaquin Bell from the far end. Oh, he's attempting to flick a widey signal.
And there is, see, unlike Fontaine previously allowing that one to go through, trying to flick that one, and that could have easily played him. And then the Cats would have really been amongst the pigeons here in the Windward Islands team. 21 for 4, not at all by the stretch of the imagination, a good position.
Bell once more. Shot played over the slip region, over gully region. It runs away for 4 in the air, but well safe. It was short. He reached for it. In fact, he more or less hung the bat out at that one, but in the end, the result was good. He got 4, and 25 now it is for 4.
And the Barbados team, they won't mind seeing that shot if he's going to hang his bat outside the off stump. They're going to try to bowl him there and attempt to try to induce him to go again.
I sense a 5th wicket here. But Murray would have other ideas. Oh, yes, he's bowled! Bowled all over the place. One just nipped back, and he never seemed to have really played a shot at that. The off stump was struck back, and I'm going to buy a lottery ticket this evening.
Tell me the numbers you're going to play, Smith. Just seconds before you said you sensed the wicket, and the ball after, Murray is back into the pavilion. The Cats are definitely amongst the pigeons here, wreaking havoc in the Windward Islands team. 5 overs haven't been completed as yet, and they find themselves 25 for 5.
My word, this is unexpected. A team that has been batting well in the tournament, Barbados has been batting well too. And we saw them struggling today.
Save and except their last 2 matches, they struggled to make 124, and they were bowled out for less than 100 in the last match. And here we are now, 25 for 5.
The other twin goes down. The other Murray twin goes to the crease for the Windwards. Scott is the one who was dismissed, and Kirsten Murray now goes to the crease. But really, the Windward Islands team, they have been mutilated, unraveled, destroyed here by the Barbados opening bowlers. 2 wickets in the over for Bell. And my words, Barbados now sensing that they're very much in the game. In fact, I would go as far as to say they're very much on top at this point.
I won't argue at all with that. I think they're in control of the match. They're in the driver's seat. Wicket 1, 4, wide, 4, wicket.
The ball seemed to have nipped back a bit. But he never seemed to have gotten in line, never seemed to have moved that back foot, and he never seemed to have covered up properly. And his thumbs were exposed and knocked back. And of course, that's the first of the 2 twin. That's Kurt, who was dismissed. And now his brother goes out to the battle. His brother, unlike him, bats left-handedly. And of course, as I would have said earlier today, the cousins of Junior Murray, who is the assistant coach with this Windward Islands team outside the off stump. And through to the...
Full of energy. And they need to be, because this was a do-or-die match for them. Had they lost it, they would have basically been out of contention where the Windward Island... Well, basically, were they to win this match, they would have been in. Notwithstanding the outcome of the other match left to come on Monday. But were they to lose now, they'll bring Barbados right back into the game. The Windwards, as a matter of fact, Barbados would jump ahead. Having lost 1 match, if Barbados were to go on to win this match, which they should, it meant the Windward Islands would have lost 1 and had 1 rained-out abandoned match. That was a nice slow ball there by Pollard, who is back. 25 for 5 after 5.1 overs. If anybody had told me that would have been the score just about half an hour after this innings, I would have said no. Go and visit a doctor. Something is wrong upstairs. But it's cricket, the game of glorious uncertainties. And it's all happening here at the St. Paul Sports Complex. Driving out to mid-off is Charles, the left. The 2 left-handers at the crease and the left-hander bowling. the Barbados team large and in charge. Only 5 wickets to get to win this match. And some 133, 133. Turning that one backward of square is Charles. Picking up a very precious single. We wouldn't have dreamt we would have been using adjectives like this. Precious. But that is the situation. Two slips, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Man on the third, man on fine leg boundary. And there's a catch going through the slips cordon. And it races away to the boundary, coming off the edge. Was Kirsten Murray. And a little disappointed, not only is Pollard the bowler, but the entire team, because that would have really been 26 for 6, pardon me. And perhaps that would have been wrapping up the game.
I think Carter should have taken that. It was pretty close to him at first slip. And it went through him. He seemed to have gotten a hand to it also. And it ran away quickly for 4.
It's all happening here at St. Paul's. Driving on this occasion to the mid-off is Kirsten Murray. Having done his share with the ball, he's now been asked perhaps to do 3 times his share with the bat, were he to see the Windward Islands to safety. Shot down the, like I said, getting in, playing, missing, going through to the keeper. It's the end of an over, the over. An unfortunate over for Pollard, as he could have picked up a wicket. That wasn't the case.
Count run rate is 5 runs per over, so was exactly gone. They need 113 from 264 deliveries, and they need to get these at 2.57 runs per over. So in terms of balls, in terms of time, in terms of overs, not an issue there. But it's the wicket column that counts.
And getting up and play very uppishly. The wideish mid-on runs extra wide and picks up. And anxiety perhaps rose at that moment, Smitten, thinking that might have been the 6th wicket down, the Bajans.
Yes, and you know, Troy, we're still well within the first power play.
And he's bowled all over the place. Is Charles. What is going on down there in the middle? Bowled all over the place. Shaqwan Bell picking up a wicket in his first over, coming back now and picking up another wicket. And they're really up against it. The Cats are definitely in the pigeons and causing havoc.
This is a rout. So far, leg stump been knocked back.
The Windward's perhaps trying to give 27 a chance.
Let's look at the shot again. Seem to have played all around it. Played all around the front pad instead of looking to play with a straight bat and played straight down the ground. He was looking to whip it into the onside and not good batting there by Charles.
Not at all. Shot selection being a challenger for a lot of West Indian players, and Charles proving us right, and perhaps trying to give the 27 runs
Well, I've gone
a
past.
challenge, but they've survived and gone past it. Not by many, 30 for 6, 30 runs for 6. We expected we would have been out of here shortly, in a shortened match, but I don't think we would have expected it to be so close, to be so shortened.
Well, I'm not going to bet on cricket at any time.
So you're changing your mind about the lottery.
No, the lottery is okay. That's not cricket. I'm calling it right.
Commentators curse.
I don't know if it's a curse. Some people do not believe in commentators' curse.
But we've proven it even here today.
So McDowell is the one in now. And let's see what happens.
That one full plays square on the onside.
Inspired change though by Don, the captain for Barbados. He gave Gittins 1 over from the fine and then quickly brought Bell into the attack, Shaquan Bell. And so far, Shaquan Bell has not disappointed, picking up 2 in 1 over, 1 in this over, and he has picked up 3 for 10 so far.
The off stump and a peel going up.
Well, they're shouting for everything,
And
as is expected at this point.
Why shouldn't that? Why shouldn't they? Leg by signal by umpire Ebanks, but being struck well outside the off stump, playing a shot.
Ball was actually moving further away from the batsman with the angle. Right arm fast bowler bowling over the wicket to a left-hander. And the angle would take it further away from the batsman, so missing the off by a long way.
Getting into his wicket is Murray, turning it down to a short fine leg. Picking up a single. And the Barbados team, full of energy. One slip, backward point. Cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. Mid-wicket. Flicking outside the off stump, coming off the edge is McDowell, going down to third man. Some excitement there by the Barbados players, perhaps thinking it was aerially enough for a catch to be taken.
Yes, and from here on in, unless there's a partnership to quiet the Barbadian players, they're gonna be very noisy out there. They have gone out there with a purpose. They're defending the 142 quite well so far, and it will take some doing here by the Windward Islands team to quiet down the Barbados team at the moment. They're very much on top.
Cat is walking with a lot of energy, a lot of vigor. That one beating McDowell, going through to the keeper. And there isn't a thing the Windward Islands could say or do except build a big and extremely big partnership here for the 7th wicket. Pushing that one back past the bowler, running through for a single. An extremely precious single, I might add. That one completely going through Murray. Keeper collects, and it's all happening there.
Windwards are fighting for their life here. Very much up against it. Number 8 batsman is out there in the middle. It's only 34 runs on the board.
And he's been asked to work and build a partnership. Playing that one square, running down the track, looking at his partner who's not interested. The Barbadian team, they're so vocal, so loud, it sounds as if they're right here in the room with us.
Well, they have all right to be that loud, that vocal. They're very much on top. And 109 seems a long way off for the Windwards.
Now whacking that one through the extra cover region, the run one. It races down to the boundary, the sluggish part. A brilliant attempt by the fielder to stop it. But the ball just had enough legs to get over the boundary.
It's a good shot through extra cover. The ball always seemed to be gaining momentum. Bell chased after valiantly. In fact, he tried to pull it back. But the ball seemed to have been gaining momentum all the while. And it got ahead of him into the boundary for 4. There we see the dispiriting dive very close to the boundary's edge.
Excellent work by him. A very rare and precious commodity, that boundary. And here is he pulling down to the fine leg, short, lifting. Picking up a single was Murray.
The odds 102, as said earlier on. USA won 76 for 3. Trinidad and Tobago 159. Jamaica 4 for no loss. And the United States of America 2, 180. And Guyana 33 for no loss. So that's the roundup for you. We know the score here, 142, 36, 39 for 6 in fact.
And lifting that one through the mid-wicket, racing away to the boundary. It will not get there, slowing down, going aerially, going uppishly through mid-wicket.
And running well too, going back for the 3rd run. Pretty certain that these batsmen here for the Windwards, they realize that runs are precious, so they're going to try and eke out every last run, and the ball traveled some distance, and they were able to pick up 3.
Here's he going through mid-wicket again, is McDowell. This time along the carpet. Not being added to the 42 runs they've compiled so far, having lost 6 wickets, facing just 8.2 overs. In the previous inning, after 5 overs, Barbados were about 20 without loss. And that signal wide by umpire Banks. And I remember, Smith, we were talking about, well, I said the Windward Islands were more or less on top at that point, 20 without loss after 5 wickets, because they had limited Barbados to that many runs. 43 for 6. No comparison to 20 without loss.
You better believe that.
Flashing outside the off stump, going through to the wicket keeper, McDowell, and the Bajors. They'll love that because they'll expect an edge at any time. Keep going, Shaki. Encouragement level that Shaki and Bell. Outside the off stump, flashing again once more. 2.3 overs, 16 runs, 3 wickets. Perhaps the Windward Islands, they needed to have some extra hours at the beach today. Again, beaten, there's a loud of appeal. The Barbados team going up, beaten for a third consecutive time. This one brought a little closer to him, perhaps going over the off stump or thereabouts, Mitten.
Very good delivery indeed there by Shakwan Bell. Closer to the batsman, as you rightly put it, forcing him to play. Had some bounce on it also, and it beat the outside.
Driving, is he not quite in control, not timed, through to the short cover. It's the end of the over, 43 for 6. Windward Islands chasing 142 for victory. They've so far faced 9 overs.
So 100 runs to get, lots of time in which to get these runs. But just another 4 wickets for Barbados. So if you were to do the maths and do the comparison, you would easily give Barbados the edge at the moment. Windwards, on the other hand, they need a good partnership here. And it's not over yet by any means. You know, a good partnership here could put them on a better footing and give them a chance.
The Windwards, they're not really pressured with the amount of balls they need to get the score, 100 in 246 balls. And there's a loud appeal, struck on the pad, and umpire Shekels signal that one is going down leg.
Angle, left arm over the wicket, ball into a left-hander, angled into the batsman and probably looking to miss leg stump. But what Pollard has been doing well, he has been using the Yorker leg delivery quite regularly. He has had some success with it also. But he's not afraid to carry it up in the black hole to the batsman.
Really wreaking havoc is this tall pull.
That was a get out of jail shot.
I was just about to say that, Smitten, trying to ease the pressure. Getting a single nonetheless, giving the left-handed McDowell the strike. And really, if these two settle, there's nothing to stop them from taking their team home.
Easier said than done, Troy.
Very much easier said than done, Smitten. And here is McDowell pulling down to fine leg. Short, rising up to the challenge.
Yes, he got inside his wicket. He swiveled inside his wicket and pulled it down to fine leg. A good shot in the end, but just a single.
Perhaps telling Pollard, hey, we have 6 wickets down, but I'm going to take you on nonetheless. I'm not going to go into a shell. And Pollard, on the other hand, might be thinking, yes, man, bring it on. On leg stump, there's an appeal. 2 sounds clearly heard. That one coming off bat. Ricocheting to square leg.
The appeal was stifled by the bowler. Rather, half-heartedly.
Perhaps going up. The ball coming off the bat so shortly. Beaten outside the off stump.
Troy, this one here has been renowned for low scoring. I remember some years ago, I think it was Trinidad and Tobago against Guyana female. And I think the Guyana team made a score of 46 or thereabout, and then Trinidad and Tobago was dismissed below that score.
Mm-hmm.
We saw 124 the other day. been hard to get.
Stepping into his wicket, playing that one mid wicket. And the first overthrow we've seen from this disciplined Barbados team.
Well, just returning the favor. We saw them getting 6 runs today as a result of overthrows, and there were a couple other overthrows. But the over comes to an end, 47 for 6. Murray has gone on to 15, and he's going at more than a run a ball, 15 from 13. McDowell is on 4 from 13.
The end of the first power play, 10 overs have been bowled, 47 for 6. The Windward Islands needing to get to 143 for victory. They have all of this beautiful Friday afternoon to get that. Shaqwan Bell, he has other ideas. Beaten again outside the off stump is McDowell. And Smith and I don't want to say it's only a matter of time before one clips the edge.
Well, I will not argue too much with you there.
Plays it into a short cover, picking up a single. Nice one in between these pairs.
Well, this is you know, a lot of this is needed. They need to keep rotating the strike. And, you know, this, of course, would allow the bowlers to have a different batsman to bowl at. And, you know, no bowler likes to be bowling at a different batsman in an over. And they want to have probably the full over, if possible, to work on a batsman.
Driving one bounce back to the keeper. Shies at the stump. Murray doesn't move. He doesn't try to employ an evasive action.
That's a fantastic shot. One bounce back to the keeper.
To the bowler, that is. Thanks much for the correction. Back to the bowler. It's all happening here at St. Paul's. Driving, going aerially. This is beautiful. Will it go straight over the boundary? Yes, it does. Oh, no, it doesn't. It drops just inside. A deliberate shot, not quite getting full control of it, but a boundary nonetheless.
Well, he got 6, and he would be happy with that. And 4, sorry. One bounce in front. And he would be happy. It's showing a bit of fight, but somehow I sense that, you know, it's only a matter of time before Murray gives it away, because he seems to be bent on playing aggressive shots. But who knows? Sometimes attack is the best form of defense.
Indeed. Again beaten outside the off stump for the umpteenth time.
Not that they need to defend, you know, because one way or the other, this match is going to have an early result. 4 wickets to go, 91 runs to get. That's a lot of runs with just 4 wickets in the hut.
And we've seen tails wagged and swagged in the wind. Coming forward, taking it off the edge down to third man, getting a single. And we have seen some fat tails, some very fat tails. Are we going to see that this afternoon? 53 for 6 after the end of the 11th over. Trinidad and, forgive me, Windward Islands needing to get to 143 for victory.
Well, we are not quite at the tail end of it yet. Still some way to go. Still another 4 wickets for Barbados to get. And Guyana replying strongly to the United States too. They would have scored some 180 runs in Barbados. In fact, Guyana 50 for no loss. And Trinidad and Tobago 159, Jamaica 21 for no loss. And Leeward Islands 102. And the United States of America 1. They're 86 for 3. But the thing is, teams have struggled to break up the opening partnerships and so for the USA. And Leewards have managed to pick up three wickets. But still, 102. You know, that fat lady, you know, as you so famously like to refer to, would start singing quite early in that match.
And Leewards must be commended. They haven't been performing well, but they are the first team to have the USA won in this sort of position. The only team that have had a century partnership for the first wicket and for the second wicket in this tournament, with 2 centurions in that team. There's a change of bowling from the pavilion end. It's Mr. Baptist with his swings and his swags and his sways. Stepping into the offside is Murray, striking it down to a deepish mid-wicket, getting a single. And really, Smitten, these 2 batters, they are looking like batters.
Yeah, they're batting quite well. You know, one batsman coming in at number 8 with 6 wickets down. They're doing quite well.
And you really believe that these could get, you really get the impression that these 2 could take the Windward Islands home.
89 runs to get 233 balls. 89 runs, still a lot of runs for Barbados to play with. And they just need some 4 wickets.
And if these 2 keep picking up the singles, it's already easily slipped up to 54. By the time you turn around after a few singles and a 4 or 2 in between, the score could easily be 100.
Well, it could easily be, but like I said earlier on, easier said than done. Still, that required runs, 89. Still a very tall order, but these 2, they're looking more and more comfortable though.
And they're looking to pick up the singles.
Yes, they're batting well.
Getting outside the off stump this time, pulling it through to mid-wicket.
I think though, this is Baptiste's first over, of course, but I think he could attack the stumps a bit more.
Turn back with a square, they run through 1. They're looking for 2. They are going to get it. Very good running by these 2. Realize the fielder had to come from forward of square, closer to the boundary. And they were able to take the first one hard and picking up the second comfortably.
Yeah, so 57 for 6. And a little sanity being brought back into things now for the Windward Islands. Wickets were tumbling all over the place. We had stumps flying all over the place. And these 2 trying to build a partnership for the Windward Islands. They're trying to get them back in the game. And we see a bowling change from the far end. And it's going to be Kumari Griffith, to pick up the attack from the far end. The last match here, I think he would have picked up some 4 or so wickets against Jamaica. He was rather successful against Jamaica. So this is an important move here for the Barbados team, bringing on Griffith into the attack. Last wicket fell off course with the score on 30, so these 2 would have added some 27 runs between them. And a nice little partnership building here for the Windward Islands. And their team would be hoping that it would be much more than 30 runs between these 2. So So far, so good, Troy. We certainly have seen some good cricket here in St. Paul's over the last couple of weeks. And certainly, well, for me, the cricket certainly has not been boring by any means.
Of course not at all.
I've thoroughly enjoyed the games so far being held at St. Paul's.
I am in complete agreement, Smitten. And from the quality of play we have been seeing, there's a lot of hope for West Indies.
Well, we have been saying that for years. Unfortunately, we have seen lots of talent come through and disappear. Players now preferring the shorter version of the game. And Brian Lau, of course, would have said that just an audition to be picked up by some franchise. And that really happens. But unavoidable. Dowell, he's on 6th, 23 to Cuts and Murray. Dowell is stepping out and driving.
Tightening the screws even tighter is Griffith.
Just not giving away anything there. He's flashing that one outside the off-turn, misses, completes a maiden over. And a good start there for Griffith.
Doing what his captain needs him to do. He'll also, of course, need him to pick up a few wickets. He's one of their key bowlers. But just tightening the screws, coming away with a maiden over. And a few maiden overs would perhaps amplify the frustration in these batters who may then tend to do something rash.
Still a very good day for cricket. There's been brilliant sunshine.
I hope your friend Smitten might be thinking about bringing her granddaughter to this game about 4:30.
Well, I hope she's here already. This one is tossed up and driven back to the bowler.
How is that? Is the question by Bowen for a bowling card, which bounced before.
This one is steered down to backward point, but well fielded. So, Barbados been held up a bit here. 27-run partnership between these two so far. Quick single, easily taken in the end. Captain is not happy. Captain of Barbados, that is. No, that's not the captain. That's Cumberbatch in that position. Greenwich, sorry. Micah Greenwich. Forward goes the batsman McDowell. Goes into the onside, the over comes to an end. And in fact, 2 more deliveries. I'm losing count. Wide of the off stump, driven powerfully back past the bowler and goes for 4. Driven straight and powerfully. 4 runs. These are precious runs here for the Windward Islands and McDowell.
And actually passing over the outstretched left foot of Baptist, who was moving to his right.
No, this looks like an impenetrable wall at the far end. McDowell showing a broad bat. The umpires call for the drinks break, and we likewise going to take a drinks break. Well, we're back here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground with the action, and there's been plenty of it too. And Troy, certainly, you know, things have been going well. The Windwards, they're fighting back. These two, they're looking solid. Let's hope the water break would not bring a break in the concentration, because we do have something good building here between these two teams, and it could go right down to the wire, driven back to the bowler. Feels and there's no run.
You did say early when 142 runs were scored by the Barbados team that this match will finish early one way or the other. And that is correct.
Like the way these two are batting though, they're solid, they're getting runs. 32-run partnership at the moment. They just can't afford to lose another wicket at this point. Quicker delivery driven into the offside. At least though they look like proper batsmen.
Yes, they do. The application, but apart from that, the way they're approaching it, they're looking forward in defense, solid in defense.
Flashes at one down to backward point. Can't get past Baptiste.
At 30 for 6, the Windward Islands, we felt this match might have finished earlier than an early match. But they are fighting and looking good.
Fended once more. It goes into the side, and there's no run.
32 from 51 balls.
He's getting this one past Wiggins, who's a short mid-wicket, and it goes up to Whitish long off.
Yes, when the Barbados team, the score is small. However, with 6 wickets down, I'm wondering if they shouldn't have really been attacking more, plugging the gaps more, forcing the batters to go overhead, take chances, take risks.
Well, the thing for Barbados is that they have to conserve runs at the same moment. They do not want to give too many runs away. So, you know, they have 6 wickets down, and they're trying to prevent the run scoring as much as possible. You know, it's very difficult. It's not like they have lots of runs to play with. 80 runs, and what they're looking to do is to keep the pressure on the Windward Island batsmen. Gets a single here down to fine leg. The keeper is after it. They're back for a second, and 2 more to the score. Each run that the Windward Islands score is added pressure to the Barbados team, and likewise each wicket that falls. But at the moment, 35 runs partnership, so Windward's clawing back slightly here in this game.
They are indeed fighting back.
Quicker delivery, that's a good shot. Pull away out towards mid-wicket, but just a single. But that was a good shot though.
Good shot, and the fielder is that Gittins running around from his right, covering some 10-15 yards, getting a good bounce, but saving 3 runs.
Now we see Long on being brought into a mid-on position inside this circle. Tossed up and kept out there by Murray.
Perhaps Baptiste inviting Murray to go aerially on that occasion.
Once the defensive bat comes into play, this time it goes into the offside. In fact, it's McDowell who is on strike. Straight pass, third man, and they're back for the second run. And 2 more to the score.
These 2 men are playing extremely intelligent cricket. They're turning over the strike, they're picking up singles and twos, they're gonna get a 4 here and there. The Barbados team not having too many runs to play with, and we must compliment them for not really bowling wides and no balls. Don't remember seeing a no ball this inning, and we have seen 1 wide, maybe 2.
Well, in Barbados, they went out there with a purpose. They realized that they could ill afford to give runs away, and they had to keep things very tight with just a score of 142 on the board. This one is flat. Dowell on strike. This one is played back to Griffith. Swept. In fact, A-Bone, just a single. In fact, they're thinking of a second. He's going back and sent back by his partner. In the end, just the 1 run.
Getting a little excited there.
So 1 run to Murray, he goes to 29 and brings McDowell back on strike.
these two can very well be the hero of their team. You get the impression they are wanting to be so.
Really and truly, after the start, the Windward Islands had 30 for 6. Some sanity being brought back into this batting performance. We fit. And these batsmen are showing good patience. They had balls. June, quick single, up to middle. This is good going by these two.
Very good single indeed. The striker playing the ball, calling early, moving early. The non-striker trusting his partner. Picked up a single, and the score labors on to 70.
70, which is a partnership now of some 40 runs, 10 runs away from a 50-run partnership.
And these batters really are under no sweat. Yes, they are under pressure. 6 wickets are down. But in terms of the state of the game, what they need to do to win 73 balls for forever.
Well, the captain
73 runs.
is making a bowling change from the pavilion, and he brings himself on. And looks like he's going to be bowling some off-spin. So looking to break this partnership. 40 runs partnership so far.
The Barbados team, they are working, they are thinking, they are trying things, and they are thinking, they are trying things.
Don, outside off, played down, but straight to cover, no run.
Of course, Don would like to see that.
At the moment, these two batsmen, their defense and it looks rather impenetrable. They're showing the broad faces, the swing out towards, in fact, it goes all the way. That's a good shot, 6 runs.
Very, very, very extremely good shot. You saw him chipping out earlier, 2-1, playing it down. This time he went aerially, well timed, well played, and a much needed, precious lifeline 6.
Dowell moves to 19, 29 to Murray, 76 for 6. Turned up to short mid-wicket, where it's fielded and there's no run.
But Skipper Don and the Barbados team, they'll be encouraged by that. They've since pushed back the man from long on to long, from the long on, from mid off, long off.
Easy single down to long off, so this is good batting. Good use of the feet and getting it down to long off and picking up a single. So 77 it is now, 3 runs away from what would be a well-played 50 partnership.
Very much indeed. At 30 for 6, we didn't have any indication we might be here still at 77 for 6, but that is the beauty of this beautiful, glorious game of cricket with so many uncertainties. A game where it isn't over until it is over. A game where the fat lady, she has been walking several times only to be told, hey, go back and take a rest.
So we'll have Murray on strike now. And he faces Griffith, who continues from the far end. Driving out towards extra cover, could get 4 here. In fact, no, he does not. It's picked up inside the boundary, and he's back for the second run. So, in fact, it's McDowell who played that shot. So he has gone on to 22, catching up with his partners, Murray.
Timed that well, a little more time and a little more power, he would have gotten that extra 2 runs. But 2 nonetheless, they are still there.
Played into the offside. No run. So, turning things around these two for the Windward Islands. Barbados searching for that breakthroughs. This time it's played nicely up to long off. This is good batting by these two. They're rotating the strike, and they managed to pick up boundaries also.
51 partnership comes up from 73 balls.
Very good going indeed.
80 for 6.
Over pitch.
Here we go again.
And play down to long on, just a single.
Barbados caught between a rock and a hard place. Needing to pick up wickets, needing to stop the flow of the singles, but at the same time trying to cut the boundaries.
Well, it's always difficult when you're defending a low total. This one is stayed up to.
We did say 1-1 a hit boundary here, and when you turn around, the score would have been 100, and we are almost there. Just 19 runs from it.
Yeah, so the over comes to an end, 81 for 6. And they're going at 4.26. And we have had some 19 overs completed. .62 runs needed by the Windward Islands. So they're leveling the playing field at the moment. They're inching closer and closer to the target.
We're very much aware of the adage, 1-1 full basket. And 1-1 is certainly full in basket here for the Windward Island team, with some 2s and 4s and 6s now and then.
Not a bowling change for Barbados from the pavilion end. So we have had some ebbs and flows in this game so far. At one point, the wind was very much on top of Barbados, and then Barbados fighting back. Gittins is the one who comes back from the pavilion end. So the wind was losing those first 6 wickets for just 30 runs, and now they are fighting back. They're 81 for 6, partnership of some 51 runs.
And the skipper, he's working, he's trying things, changing his bowlers around, which is good thinking. Hoping to induce an error in the batting.
Gittins from the pavilion end.
Instrumental in the back end of that partnership.
Flashed into the offside, beats a point and runs past him. And they're back for the second run. So runs are coming. It's not like they're... It seems as though McDowell might have sustained an injury on his way through, second run. But he gives the umpire the thumbs up, umpire Shekel.
Windwards could ill afford that.
Quick single.
Well played.
In the end, safely taken.
Well played, getting up on his toes and gloving that one down to a backward point position.
Well, they're inching towards the target, and you know, they'll be doing it in increments. Come 90, come 100, and so on.
Perhaps muscle fatigue, pulling a muscle.
Gittins, though, makes his way in. Flash that and a widey signal. The keeper is going up for caught behind. But the arms of umpire Donald Shekel, well outstretched, signaling wide. So one more to the score, 85 it is for 6.
And that's the injured McDowell. Well, he limped away a few balls back. It looks like he's okay now. And one would hope for the Windward Islands' sake that that doesn't affect his thinking, the mentals.
Gittins. He's playing at a wide delivery outside the off stump. A rather dab looking shot, just dabbing the bat into the turf, missed it completely, threw it, went to the keeper.
85 for 6, just 58 runs needed. A few moments ago, we were far from 58 runs needed.
So they're really whittling away at this total. Nicely pushed into the offside up to point. Fielded, no run.
And these to continue to bat sensibly. That is what is needed for a victory for the Windward Islands. Dowell 23 from 25, Murray 33 from 39, 33 the highest score in this match so far.
Giddens, forward bat of Dowell, greets that delivery, plays it back up on the offside. Looks rather impenetrable at the moment, these two.
They continue to fight for the Windward Islands. And fight they need to do. Fight they have done, and fight they have a lot more to do.
Flash start outside the off stump, and so it goes to the keeper. The over comes to an end. It's 85 for 6. Windwards going after 143 for victory.
And these batters will have to stay focused. They'll have to continue thinking about it. They have to continue being aware of the situation of the match. They have to bat as if this is the last period to do it, and they may very well be. 85 for 6. 55 runs ago, we would have never thought we would have been here. At 30 for 6. This Windward Island team, they have inched their way. They have clawed their way. They have pulled their way. They have dragged their way back into this position. Zachary Carter, he'll be coming in a change of bowler, bowling from the Caribbean Sea end or the southern end. He'll be bowling to Kirsten Murray, who's on 33 from 39. Not quite prepared is Murray. Carter coming left arm over. 58 runs needed in all of 180 balls. Having a little chat, no doubt saying, hey, this single is good, but remember, I'm not 100%. I'm a little incapacitated. So we can't force it too much. Although that is what Murray is telling McDowell. And so beautifully forward in defense is McDowell. Going eerily straight overhead. The man is running around. Does he take the catch? Yes, he does. He does, running around from a mid-off into a mid-on. And they have broken the partnership immediately after both batters had met center pitch. And whatever they said, Barbados picking back a wicket after some 56 runs have been added by this pair.
Well, the Windwards need another 56-run partnership here, but a good breakthrough there for Barbados, coming at a very critical point in the game. These two, they were taking the game away from Barbados, but can see McDowell berating himself for giving it away after a very good knock of some 23 runs, some 4. 57 runs needed in 178 deliveries with just another 3 wickets to go down. That's a lot of runs with just 3 wickets left. So the edge to Barbados at this point. But surprisingly, they're not as elated at the fall of that wicket as they were previously when they were picking up wickets steadily. And nevertheless, it's a wicket, and 7 wickets are down, and they must think that of the 2 teams out there at the moment, they would be in the ascendancy at the moment. And it's Zachary Carter who was brought on and who would have picked up the wicket, who would have gotten the breakthrough. So Barbados very much on top at the moment. And who would have thought, as one fellow put it, who would have thunk that?
Isaiah Jones picking up a 4 for, missing out on a 5, and he's now being asked to do yeoman service with the bat for his team.
Looks like an under 15 player, looks rather young.
Looking good in defense there.
Well, for the first delivery, of course.
And the second. Very diminutive. And the Barbadians will try to get under his head.
Well, so far so good for the young man. And he walks away as the over comes to an end. But it's all up to Costin Murray at this point.
I doubt he'll be telling him at this time. The 2 of us have to do it. We're not going to depend on anyone else. We're not going to take any chances. We're not going to do anything rash. Clear communication. Let me take as much of the strike as possible. But I need you here to help me. I need you here to support me.
Well, one of the destroyers for Barbados is being brought back, Shaquan Bell. He comes back from the pavilion end. Of course, he would have done his damage from the far end. In fact, very first delivery delivered from that end, he would have picked up a wicket. So he's back. He's back from the pavilion end. And Barbados looking to make further inroads into this Windward Islands innings. 86 for 7 it is. Good batting conditions. A good scene there.
And here is Murray going aerially, picking up a 6, a precious 6. That one short, that one wide. Actually a little fuller, pardon me. Timed it well.
Oh yes, and it was struck over long off. And it sailed over the boundary. And now, let's see. The captain is beckoning towards his bowler. He's going to... Captain himself was at mid-off. And he, in fact, stays on the long off boundary, going a bit wide. So he has asked the fine leg to come in.
Indeed. His half century lurking, but his ideas are much bigger than his half century. He's thinking the 51 needed to get for victory.
Tall ask for the young man.
And loud appeal there, swiveling into his wicket, trying to pull that one perhaps backward. Caught on the pads.
Looked a bit high to me and probably angling down towards leg. But looked a bit high initially. But
umpire Shekels signaling not out. Driving through the covers is Murray. He'll only get one, but a nice looking shot. There's a sweeper on the cover boundary.
This young lad has some talent. He has been picking up wickets. He's getting runs here. Kirsten Murray, this one is the fast bowler. His brother comes higher in the order than him. So perhaps his twin brother should be, known to be, or thought to be, I should say, the better of the two batsmen. But he's the one who's doing it with the bat today.
Having a word with young Jones, say, hey, buddy, remember what we spoke about? Stay with me. One goes through, there's a loud appeal, and he's given out, caught behind.
Well, he looks stunned. Can't believe that the finger went up.
Jones, even when the appeal was happening, hinting that he didn't play it. Umpire Shekels had other ideas, and he looked a little bit stunned, a little bit surprised. He was given out.
You know, Troy, I really love the review system, you know. And that it's known to be a very expensive feature of cricket. And so it cannot be used at every game, especially, if it's not an international game.
Looking very dejected is young Jones.
But I'm a strong believer in that review system.
I like that system. The intention is to get the correct decision. It's not to highlight the error on anyone's part, but ensure the decision is correct.
And generally it works well. It works well generally, although Holstock was guilty of being fooled by the system, not making some correct decisions recently. But one never knows.
Do you see them increasing the reviews in the near future? The number of reviews per
Not
side?
immediate futures, and I don't think they should either. It was increased during COVID period, I would say. But, I don't think they should, and, some captains do waste it, right? They do not, some ridiculous reviews.
Exactly.
So I would not increase it at all. 8 wickets down now.
And the skipper, you can't really fault him. Most of the time he has brought back a bowler. He has picked up a wicket in that first over or shortly thereafter. So his captaincy, his rotation management of the bowlers has been good, as we've seen the end of the 22nd over, 93 for 8. The Windward Islands needing to get to 50 more runs, pardon me, in 168 balls.
Well, if you had told me that the Windwards would be at 93 for 8 at this point, I would have told you that you need to go and visit that psychiatrist.
And I would have agreed with you. At 30 for 6, we didn't expect to be here.
Well, that too. But Guston, running out of partners, Durand is there, he's on no score from one delivery.
He did a very good job with the ball, Durand. Yes, he didn't pick up a wicket and playing it, driving square.
Exposing Durand though, showing faith in Durand. Just 2 deliveries gone in the over so far.
And that's something that I think it would try to cover the tail enders, as it were.
Sometimes it's necessary, but sometimes we see batsmen covering tail enders and then they're the ones who end up getting out and at the tail ender.
Driving through extra cover is Durand. Adjustment being made to the field. Actually an exchange.
Yes, they have put Wiggins in the onside and Greenwich in the off.
So far, Durand, he's holding up well. How much further can he? The penultimate pair at the wicket. Oh, he cuts, and he cuts beautifully. Gets one, they're going to get two. And that is a shot of a batsman.
Yes, a nice shot. Timed nicely and played it just slightly backward of point and picked up two. Using the angle well.
Dabs this one down to a backward point, doesn't get a run. It's the end of the over. It brings Murray, who's on 42 from 46 balls, back into strike.
Yes, 42, another 8 runs for his half century, and if he gets there, it would be a well-deserved half century. Good knock there by the young man. And 7 runs needed, and the number of balls at the moment inconsequential.
And were he to get to his century, that will really be worth a century for the conditions under which he had made it, bringing his team from 30 for 6 to 96 for 8.
USA 99 for 5.
And here is Murray whacking it into the onside, getting one, forward of square, a mighty heave. The ball traveled quite quickly.
In fact, the US have won now, 103 for 5. So they've won that one, but the Leewards really gave them a run for their money. Lee was picking up some 5 wickets. And
the Barbados team seemed to be rejuvenated once more. Oh, caressing that one down to a mid-off position is Durand. So USA 1 remains undefeated and they've marched into the finals.
yes, it seems as though they made some changes to their batting lineup and so on to the team, probably giving some other players a turn. This team, in fact, Srivastava, he did not bat. He was down further down in the order. Mackenzie would have picked up 2 wickets for 24 in that match, but Lee was picking up 5 wickets against them. But it seems as though they didn't play their full strength team.
Forward in defense is Durand, looking good.
Yes, this youngster, he looks good. He's playing the straight back. And
Shakwan Bell picking up the prized wicket of Pascal, his first ball.
soft dismissal though.
Doesn't get any softer than that. And going, trying to basically drive to the onside, beating keeper. Actually played, he got the inner edge.
Yes, I thought I
Durand,
heard something.
a very precious single.
Inching closer to 100 runs the Windwards.
And were they to get to 100, they may very well believe they could get to the score. And they'll need to have that belief.
Question is,
Oh, beautifully driven through the onside, through the cover region. They get one. Actually thought it might have been 4, but a beautiful piece of work by, is it Carter down there?
Zachary Carter, but he moved rather slowly though and had to do some footwork, had to bring out the basketball skills. Now he's walking slowly back. He has a long walk back from that position, and he's not the smallest of persons. And they must have been a bit winded by that chase, but he seems to be okay. And he will pick up the attack from the far end.
That will give the batsmen an extra 5 seconds, 10 seconds to speak as they are doing in the middle. Hey, let's stay with it. Let's keep going. You're looking good, Durant. Stay with me. I only need 5 for my half century.
100 for 8, most importantly. The 100 has come up.
Who would have thought they would have gotten there? Playing that one into the offside defensively. As the diminutive figure of Durant turning it around the corner, picking up a single.
This is good by the young man, being able to work the ball into the gap and Austin Murray back on strike.
And again, the left and right combination, turning over the singles. But more importantly, giving the man who is perhaps seeing the ball as big as a breadfruit, giving him the strike. .1 to the current run rate. Driving at that one is Murray. Perhaps coming off the inner edge, going on to the first slip. Faster to the ears, that one pushing it back. Just the one run so far from the over. Driving through the covers, looking good, but he'll only get a single, but that's all right.
He's just one blow away from his half century. And if he gets there, it would be a well-deserved half century. And a knock, which has given his team some hope. Just another 41 runs needed, the Windwards. And young Joel Durant, so far he is good. He's lending good support to Kirsten Murray. They could probably find themselves in a position where they could win this match, Barbados. So it's not over yet by the shouting for the Windward Islands.
A partnership of 9 runs so far. This, of course, needs to grow. The Windward's camp would like to see these today at the end, which would mean that they'll need to get a further 41 runs, which will carry this partnership to 50 runs, just like the previous one. Short play. To the covers is Murray getting a single. And he doesn't seem too perturbed about exposing, giving Durant even 5 balls to face in the over.
Well, he's showing confidence in the young man, and certainly Durant has faced up well. He has played with a straight bat, and he's defending well. So, which of course would give confidence in his partner.
A little Fuller not really in control, but he's still there.
Not in control, but in the end he kept it out well. And he was not going for anything extravagant. He was just intent on keeping it out and defending his wicket.
Flicking that one into the inside. The fielder backward square prevents any run. Required run rate 1.63 runs per over. Not really a necessity at this moment. It's about survival. It's about getting those extra 40 runs. This time he's turning it backwards, final. They'll get one. They're looking for two. They'll get it. He doesn't have the legs to go to the boundary, but a nice shot turning it around the corner.
Yes, and doing a good job, the young man. And each run, very important.
The Barbados team, not as vocal as before, and this is the time they need to be most vocal in my view. Wide. Wide of the stumps, that is not a wide. But Duran allowing that to go through, watching it, and doing the sensible thing, not trying to go at it.
The young man has shown good common sense, good batting sense since he's been there. He's only on 6 and he has faced some 15 deliveries, but he's showing sound defense and good technical skills.
That one full. Barbados trying to entice him into a single. The single was on.
Surprisingly, Murray decided not to take the single this time, whereas he would have been taking the singles previously. Rather surprising.
Indeed, he decided to, hey, not go for the singles.
Probably thinking in terms of his half century and moving on from there.
He's only 3 runs away from it. His team needs 38 balls. And this is another milestone. Inching away at the runs, getting them less than 30, less than 20 into single figures. They'll have to match in that way. And this will no doubt give them hope that they could get there.
Well, the closer they get, you know, as you rightly said, the task looks a lot easier. But it's Pollard who's back though.
He's responsible for the Windward Islands being in this position, picking up a wicket. He was onto a hat trick. And not only did he pick up a wicket in his first over, so the skipper would no doubt have told him, hey, work your magic that you did in that first spell. Get one, and then one will bring the last one. Driving his Murray, pushing it down to a wideish mid-off, getting a single. Having the confidence to expose Juan to Pollard at this stage?
Well, I mean, you know, it's a bit of a Jekyll and Hyde character there. You saw him refusing a single earlier on, and now he's exposing the young man. Not that he shouldn't. Second ball of the over, taking the single. But I would figure that they would be looking for every run that they can glean out of the situation. Everyone inching them closer to the score.
Shapes up beautifully defensive. The Barbados team still encouraging Pollard. Duran handled himself well to the tall left arm round the wicket bowler. And again, he's staunching defenses, Durand.
Durand at the moment looks like a fortress. Impenetrable. Good, solid defense.
very intelligent batting apart from the technique in defense, the decision making, match awareness. And he plays it, lovely single, beautiful single. He plays it back past the bowler to a very fine mid-on, seeing the single, calling the single, and Murray accepting without hesitation.
Yes, a good run. His partner trusted him. He called and they set off immediately. And in the end, the single easily taken.
And here is Murray pulling backward. Will it have the legs to go into the boundary? Yes, it does. A very precious boundary by Murray. It brings up his 50. 52 from 56 balls, swiveling in his wicket spin.
Yes, a pretty good shot indeed, and a well-deserved 50 from 56 balls, as you said. And when was the fighting? Nelson for 8. 32 runs needed. 138 balls in which to get these 32 runs. The over has come to an end, and the bell will continue from this the media center end. But are we going to have a Tantimore finish? 32 runs.
Some of the shoulders start slugging and dropping.
So Bell nicely stayed into the offside up towards point by Duran. There's no run. You can hear the shouts below us from the Windward Island camp, that is. Lots of advice being bellowed out to the two batsmen out there. Bell. Oh, he's looking to stay this one down to backward point, missed it completely. So the Windwards no doubt figure that they're still in with a very good chance. 32 runs, 136 balls.
This 52 by Morris Smith, it reminds me of the keeper Harrison.
They're getting runs here, could run close to the boundary, gets the head of the field, 4 runs.
Beautifully timed. Not a lot of power smitten.
And well placed, well played shot. And 4 runs, over pitch delivery. It was a poor delivery from Bell. And we see the Barbados fields when they're rattled. They've been rattled a bit. And the youngster has gone into double figures. He has moved on to 11. 11 from 22 deliveries, an exact strike rate of some 50. And this has been a good supporting knock for his partner.
And Bell not happy, perhaps thinking that the fielder should have stopped that.
Overpitched again, and he's lucky to get away with this one.
And perhaps the umpire might have looked at it considering a no ball for height.
Seems to be okay from our vantage point, from my vantage point at least.
But they now need 28, so they've clawed this remainder below 30.
Yes, it's becoming more and more interesting.
Ooh, dropped. Dropped by Carty at a very short mid-wicket.
Yes, and he could have dropped the match. Youngster, one hopes that he's not getting carried away. He just struck a good boundary. And, it's always good for players to remain calm and cool in these conditions. Don't get carried away.
And we have seen, so to speak, after hitting that 4 not out, feeling a little overly confident.
Shaquille Bell, though, has switched from over to around the wicket to the left-handed Murray. Murray is pushing back to the bowler. So end of another over, end of over number 28. Another 22 to go. And another 27 runs needed.
They need about 1 run per over, Smitten. That's putting the whole game into perspective. 1 run per over. And they've been getting more than 1 run per over without taking any risk.
Well, it's easy to say 1 run per over, but Barbados need another
2 wickets.
2 wickets. But for each run, though, that the Windward Islands score, each run they score would be like a dagger in the hearts of the Barbadian fielders. And for each run scored, they will probably feel that the game is slipping away from them, especially if they have not picked up another wicket. So they do need a wicket at this point. It's Gittins from the far end, driven straight back, and just a single. Young man is opening up a bit. I hope he's not getting carried away at the moment. But he's looking a bit more flamboyant at the moment. That was a drive back past the bowler. Not well timed, but picking up a single.
Very good support is Durand, providing that to Murray, the architect of this recovery.
Flashes that one outside the off stump, and that 52 by Murray has been the only 50 in the match, in this match so far. 117 for 8.
The next highest score in the match might be just about half of that.
A little more than that. I think Shekwin Bell might have made 27 or thereabout. He misses his run, and that's to make his way back.
The shoulders of the Barbados team dropping a bit. They are fighting some encouragement. They are still in this game, though.
Oh yes, both teams, of course, are in the game. This one is down the onside, giving away a precious run. White signal.
25 runs left. And they, at this point, no doubt believe this pair that they can get those 25 runs.
One gets the impression, though, that this is more of a new ball wicket after most of the luck had gone from the ball. Things seem to have leveled out a bit. Swing and a miss down the onside, a widey signal.
Trying to dig in that one was Gittins. Being successfully getting it down the leg side, giving away another run. 24 runs needed in all of 130 balls. And the major milestone Smith will be getting the score down to the teens. 5 more runs.
Adjustment in the field now. Warwick is coming back on the fine leg boundary. There's also a long leg in place, a backward square. Turned around the corner for a single, up to square leg. And he's doing this well. He's very calm about his approach. Young Curtson Murray has moved on to 53. And he's steering the ship home. He's guiding his side home. Still some ways to go yet, but just another 23 runs needed. A while ago we were saying 80 plus.
These 2 young cricketers really playing matured cricket, well above their age.
Pressure now back on Barbados.
The fat lady no doubt is wondering, hey, what is going on? You keep waking me up, telling me go back to take a rest and we'll call you.
Gittins Wide delivery signal, wide also, wide outside the off stump. So giving away precious runs.
Just 22 to get. The Windward Islands are inching their way, dragging their way, dangerously close to the finish line.
And Juan is on his way, so another wicket goes down now for the Windward Islands. Juan bowled by Gittins, and Barbados really spelling victory at this point with another 23 runs to get, 22 runs in fact, to get from 127 deliveries. And this can still end up to be a very interesting game. The last man goes out, the opening bowler Lestrade. He goes out to partner Murray, Godson Murray, one of the other opening bowlers for the Windward Islands. And he never seemed to have covered the line of that delivery try.
None at all. Perhaps getting a little overly confident, as we felt earlier. But it was a good ball nonetheless from
yes,
Gittins.
but he did not get across and get
exactly.
in line. He did not defend his wicket.
He basically stood ground, and that ball was able to beat lock, stock and barrel and uproot the middle stump, was it? But he played well.
Played well, but not well enough for
Well is not good enough. No cigar.
But nevertheless, the young man would have given an effort. Can Lestrade hold an end?
5-4s end the match.
Well, easier said than done. I've been saying that all day. Oh, he gets in behind it. A loud shout from his camp.
Much to the delight of his team.
Suggests to me that he's not much of a batsman, and they're delighted that he's able to keep one out.
Ending the over, no doubt he would have been coached for the duration of the time he was anticipating going down to the wicket. The do's and the don'ts. Make sure you do this. Make sure you keep your eye on the ball. Make sure you come forward.
We're nearing the end of this match, one way or the other. Who's gonna see it through? Who's gonna win this one? What would be the approach of young Godson Murray? Will he try to go for glory? Will he look for the big shots? Last man is there with him.
He still has a lot of time, spent a lot of balls left.
Well, he doesn't have a lot of wickets though.
126 balls.
Yes, that is not part of the equation right now, as far as I'm concerned.
Mathematically, if he faces the strike and takes just the single to get on strike for the next over, if he does that for 22 overs, they'll win.
You sound like a scientist, Troy. He bangs this one back past the bowler for 4. And this tells you what his approach is going to be. He's going to take the ball by the horns, and he's going to look to attack. 4 runs. Over pitch though from the bowler, Pollard, and give him the treatment.
Had the umpire scrabbling.
Yes, but he's a young man now, umpire Donald Sheckle. So he got out of the way rather quickly.
That has brought the required runs down to 18. In the teens now.
Just 3 maximums now needed. Pollard off a shortened run. He's swinging and swinging well. Caught. So Barbados wins. Caught at backward square. Just on the boundary. And Barbados wins this one. And my word, having been dismissed for 142, who would have thought that Barbados would have come back to win this one. But a good catch down there on the boundary. And the catch, of course, taken by Gittins, and Barbados in the end winning this one try, having scored 142 And we'll just summarize very quickly. We'll just give the scores very quickly. And Barbados, of course, won the toss, elected to bat. And seems as though I've lost that score sheet. I'll get to that in a while. The Windward Islands having dismissed Barbados for 142. And they certainly would have been disappointed with their performance in the end. And having lost. But it seems as though this score sheet has been pulled down, Troy. I'm looking for the score sheet. But suffice it to say that going after 142, the Windwards were dismissed for 125 of some 29.2 overs, and that's the position Barbados coming off with a very critical victory. And that's it from us until we return here on Monday, when we'll bring you another match here at the St. Paul's Recreation Ground. So, good evening. Good afternoon from us here.
Yes.